Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regularly scheduled April 4th meeting of Morro Bay Planning Commission. Let the record reflect that all members are present and the meeting is called to order. And we will begin, please, with a moment of silence. Thank you. And if you'll stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have a few minutes scheduled at this point for Planning Commission announcements. Are there any announcements from the Commission tonight?
Yeah, I just want to announce to the public that Easter's coming up, and we do Easter at the Rock. So those of you who are interested, show up. We're pretty much there. Our church is pretty much there from like 4:30 on. There's going to be coffee, tea, bagels, and all that stuff. And yeah, just come by and just throwing love around.
4:30 a.m. or 4:30 p.m.?
My grandson and I have been doing security. He was 2.5 when we did security there.
Right.
So, but yeah, we're there setting up. But we already have the coffee there, and they do a sunrise service and then a 10 o'clock service.
Okay, so 4:30 a.m., whatever that is. Okay, this is the period in the meeting that's set aside for general public comment. Any item that's not on the agenda tonight, we would be happy to hear from you. Please come forward, give us your name, and we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Good evening, wonderful chairman and planners. I have good things to say today. As I already mentioned at the City Council meeting after your joint City and Planning Commission meeting last week, I truly think those joint sessions are very, very important. Your input and forward thinking is more valuable than nearly anything else. Not that I do not think the consultants' work is worth it, but you seem to come up with thoughts and issues that has not been discussed or come to the forefront before. For example, land use and zoning on the entire Dynegy property and the land area north of the creek. Those areas are of immense value both now and in the future. And since we do not know what kind of inventive project might be suggested, to set the least possible land use and zoning we could get the Coastal Commission on board with, I think is of utmost importance. Thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who would like to speak this evening? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment, bring the meeting back to the Planning Commission, and we have no presentations tonight.
We actually do have a presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But
I'm looking at the minutes from the last meeting.
So I do have a presentation on here, and it was going to be from the city manager on financial state of the city. Our reason why I was running in here kind of late was we were at a goal-setting session with the council, and he is probably still there. And they did have a closed session afterwards, so I'm not sure. I would right now I would place a holder here because I know he still wants to give that presentation. Unclear if it's going to be today or not. And I have an email to him right now, and I'm waiting to hear back from him. So if we could just move on to the public hearing items, and if he shows up, we could probably hit pause and have him give the presentation then. So.
Okay, I guess technically we should have a motion to amend the agenda to move the presentation item to a later point in the agenda. Do we?
I'll move we accommodate our staff.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So then we have no presentations at the moment. So we'll move on to the consent calendar for this evening, which consists of the current and advanced planning processing list and approval of our minutes from our meetings of January 17th and February 21st. Any comments or issues with any of those items? Anyone want to pull any of those items? In that case, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move we approve the consent calendar.
And I will second that we approve that.
So we have a motion, a second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, then all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We are of one mind this evening. Probably only up to this point. Okay, so then in terms of public, we'll move on to section number B, which is public hearings. And the first and only public hearing item this evening is case number UP0-465 and AD0-110 involving proposal at 484 Kings Avenue here in Morro Bay. And I see that Joan is waiting to enlighten us.
Thank you, Chairman Teft, and good evening, Commissioners. The project before you this evening is a request for conditional use permit and parking exception approval at 484 Kings Avenue to allow an addition of habitable floor area to a non-conforming single-family residence. The proposed project's located within the R1 single-family residential zoning district in central Morro Bay. It's located to the north of Ridgeway Street, west of the State Park, and east of Kern Avenue. The project requires conditional use permit approval due to the existing non-conforming parking situation on site. County assessor records indicate that there was a 200 square foot addition to the structure before 1983, which the applicants believe was possibly the result of the enclosure of a carport. City records on the property are minimal and do not reflect the existence of a carport or the addition of 200 square feet. Also, the proposed development and addition has been designed to conform to all of the requirements set forth in the zoning ordinance. This is the existing site as seen from both Fairview Avenue in the upper image and Kings Avenue in the lower image. The site plan shows the existing 750 square foot residence and the proposed single-story addition of 510 square feet of habitable floor area, as well as the 301 square foot single-car garage. The second required parking space is proposed to be located within the eastern exterior side yard. Let's see. Proposed floor plan illustrates the addition of a master bedroom, bathroom, and closet at the rear of the residence, interior remodeling, and new decking. These are the proposed north and south elevations. East and west elevations. 3D rendering as seen from Kings and as seen from Fairview. Therefore, it's staff's recommendation that the Planning Commission approve the requested conditional use permit and parking exception through the adoption of Planning Commission Resolution 12-17, subject to the associated findings and conditions of approval. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Joan. Before we move on to questions, I would like to ask if anyone has ex parte communications to reveal on this issue. Seeing none, then, does the Commission have any questions of staff?
Hey, Joan, could you please point out on the site plan where the parking is going to go or is proposed to go?
Absolutely. So,
I think I know, but I'd just like to confirm it.
is that you with green? Thanks, boss. That's wonderful.
Boy, you
It's so much better than my red one.
Gotta do that. Debbie Floor, the sea of the garage, and then the garage, and then the parking spot in front of the house in that location.
Is there connecting paving between those two?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the side yard or the front yard?
Exterior side yard.
Okay. So So we're counting the short portion as our front yard?
Correct, yes, sir. The short and the western facing.
Okay, thanks.
So I know we had some discussion a ways back, and just refresh my memory about parking in exterior side yards and front yards. I know parking in the front yard setback is not allowed. What about exterior side yard setbacks?
It is not expressly forbidden, I don't believe. And this is an interesting lot in that you can't really see, but actually, in the site plan, you may be able to see the topo lines. It's pretty steep. So the exterior side yard, like you couldn't park a car there in the public right of way, in between the edge of the property line and the street. So it functions a little different than other exterior side yards. Is that a good explanation?
Well, so what Joan's talking about is this area here. You see all the topo lines, so it's sloped. You have the driveway that comes in here, and then it levels off adjacent to the house.
Right. But our ordinance that deals with parking it forbids parking in the front yard setback, but not in the exterior side yard setback. Is that correct?
I believe so. I
Okay.
can find that section if you'd like me to.
Okay.
John, so you're okay. I drove up there today. So on the King Street side, when it goes up, that's what you're calling the side yard.
No, sir. Fairview goes.
Oh, right. Sorry, Fairview. Right, where
Correct.
Fairview shoots up, that's the side yard, and then when you split off on the Kings, that's what you call the front yard.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
In that top image, you can see Fairview is going up to the left out of the picture.
Okay, right. I just trying to make sure that I'm seeing it right.
So are there any other questions for staff at this point? Then in that case, we'll open public comment on this item, and typically we invite the applicant or applicant's representative to speak first, if you would like to do that.
I think it's a great idea. We don't need to comment unless you have questions from us.
Okay, we might. Anyone else that would like to speak then on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to the commission for discussion. Okay, let's pick on Richard today.
I do like the project. I like it because it still keeps that small kind of town atmosphere with the massing and stuff. And I understand the parking situation. You know, it's challenging because of the topography, but you know, after going through some of these planning academies and stuff, I think that the movement toward single car families, I think, is going to be happening. I am encouraged by it, and I think that this is kind of future thinking.
Michael?
Well, I really like the fact that it's adding density on the first floor instead of going up. I didn't have any trouble with the side yard setbacks because of the nature of the lot. The outside parking is already there. It's shielded by mature trees. And I do want to say an exceptional job on the architectural part. I really do like that. And I disclaimer, I do know the applicant and I do know the architect, but that has nothing to do with my comments. And there was no ex parte coming into this discussion. But I really think, Mary, it's a great design. I think that the horizontal siding look, the overhangs, you know, everything's very, very nice scale to it all the way around, I think. So.
Thank you. I just want to say, acknowledge my architect, Mary White. Sorry.
Joe?
Yeah, I thought it was a very attractive, modern design as well. And for me, it was important that there was on-site parking to compensate for the missing garage. The only thought that I have is, and as Richard was saying, I'd like to, redress the imbalance that exists in favor of automobiles versus pedestrians as well. But until we get some suitable alternatives to the automobile, we're going to have to give some thoughts about where we store these cars. But it's not for this design. But I was thinking, in terms of the future, perhaps not these owners, but the next group of owners, should they ever decide to build like a second story and make use of a view and all that, and suddenly there might be a 3,000 square foot home with one garage. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to make sure that should there be another sizable expansion of the house, that we're not stuck with having said, well, one garage is all that we need.
Well, I mean, that's part of the process. Another addition would go through a discretionary review, at which point we would review the fact that it had been added onto before, one car garage had been provided, and looking at what the scope of that future development might be would sort of trigger that discussion, I think. I mean, that's kind of the natural progression of how these things work. So, and how we deal with it now, we have houses that have been around in town for quite a while, and they've gone through a couple of different editions, and it's, okay, what are you doing this time for your edition? And it's, and we review it from, beginning to end to see what has transpired to get it to where it's at today.
So just to clarify, though, as part of that process, the city would have the opportunity to revoke the parking exception if that were the decision.
It's a discretionary process, certainly. Yeah.
I have to mimic the comments of my fellow commissioners, but I do have a bone to pick with this design. I really like the design. I like the handling and the treatment of it, but it fails our design guidelines. We don't have a viable front entrance that's shown. We have a garden gate and basically a walled entry. On the elevations, it shows it as translucent, but it's actually a stucco wall. I think, I would like to see a different treatment on that garden wall, where it opens it up into a portal that is then accessed, so you have a definitive entry point that's easily seen from the street. And I think that's what our design guidelines stated we wanted, and we didn't want to create walled gardens around our houses. So I'd like to bring that point up for discussion here. And I think it could easily be handled in this design motif and this with the vocabulary that she has here.
Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to compliment the homeowners on their landscaping. It looks great. I do like this is a matter of weighing X versus Y, in my opinion. One of the things I really like about this design is it maintains a single-story structure. Whereas, this house does sit up from the street, and I think, adding a second structure, particularly if it were close to the front of the lot, would really, potentially create a problem as far as neighborhood compatibility, and that's been avoided here. And I would also point out that we're, as a result of this project, we're actually going from 0 covered enclosed spaces to 1, which is, an improvement. In addition, this lot is on the smaller side for this area of town. It's 4,662 square feet, and there's a lot of 6, 7, 8,000 square foot lots in the vicinity, and it has an unusual shape that has to be accommodated. It's not rectangular. So taking all of those into account, I'm kind of okay with the parking exception, I don't really have a problem with that. The entryway was something that I considered as well. The thing is, the front door doesn't face that. That's not the entryway. In other words, that enters the side yard. The front door faces the other street. So, yeah, right, I think.
This is the front elevation.
So that's the front elevation there. So the wall courtyard is actually in the side yard, both legally and functionally. So the question is then, I guess, if we want to make this conform more closely with our design guidelines, not so much what do we do about the walled area, but how do we make the planned front door appear more accessible? Maybe something as simple as a pathway leading up from Kings Avenue, which is now blocked by vegetation to a certain extent. So I'll kind of throw that out as I don't really have a hard and fast solution. I'm just kind of throwing that out as a possible approach.
Well, the delineation on the plans is the front entry is the garden entry. There's no pathway, there's no accessibility to the quote unquote living room front door, which is essentially a deck, a side yard deck. So although that's technically the front door, there is no articulation of that, and there's no, according to the plans, I don't see, unless I'm missing something, which very well, I don't see any pathway to that opening or that door.
No, but on the other hand, I don't see a door on the side that has the archway.
Right.
So I mean,
But that's where the.
The path on the side yard that you come into, where the gate is at, you walk down the pathway, and then it brings you up onto the deck level where that door is, and that is the entryway to the house on the design.
Well, that's how I read it too. Is where our temporary or secondary parking is where our entry path is. So I think it could be handled, with something like, basically create the front entry or a front portal at that garden wall and open it up enough instead of the stucco garden walls. Open it up with a more of an open, Japanese style fence or something with a portal over the top, and I think we'd get our delineation of an entry without recreating or without changing the floor plan all around. But
can you help me visualize what you're talking about? The Japanese.
It comes to mind like a torii gate. Where you have.
Like an arched gate or something, more of a wrought iron thing, or
not having a gate there.
Oh, okay.
I think is critical. More of an open portal.
Okay.
So it becomes an entryway rather than a closed gate. A closed fence.
Okay, so if I'm maybe you can click back.
So on the east elevation, the east elevation, what's labeled there.
Yeah.
See what you have is you've got a 5 foot, 6 foot garden. You've got a 6 foot wall,
right?
A fence with a gate in it.
Okay.
There's no articulation of an entry there, so there's really no point to. There's no articulation of an entry anywhere on this house.
Okay, so what you're saying is maybe do a little, like maybe an archway over the gate or a different height elevation or something? Is that what you're...
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Open the gate up so it's not a gate, and put a portal there, such as, comes to mind a torii gate or a post and lintel opening there, so it reads as an entry.
Yeah, because I'm tending to agree with that, because it doesn't really matter, what the actual door into the house is. It's really the perception of people walking and driving by, and so they should have a perception of, this is an open entrance into the home. I like that idea.
I generally don't mind the concept that's being discussed, but I do think with the elevation change on the east side of the house, you're already up several feet by the time you get to the back of the house. So you're not kept from seeing what's behind there. You're actually going to be seeing into that courtyard pretty well, and it is an open gate. It's a wrought iron gate, not a solid gate. And I think that allows you to see, by the nature of the fact that's the only street presence, that's the way that you get in. I don't think it's like some of the other conditions that we might see where those conditions might be more valid. So I'm not as convinced that this is necessarily something that needs to have that done. I will say, though, that when Commissioner Lohr said you thought it was translucent, I did too. And I was really jazzed by that, but because I'm not much of a stucco person, but I will defer to my colleagues on this one for that part.
What do you think, Richard?
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand what I'm looking at, okay? That, if you can get your green little marker there, yeah, right there, okay, that right there is a kind of a wrought iron open gate.
That's what it's showing.
Yeah, right next to that is a concrete or stucco, so it's not like see-through or anything like
I
that.
think they're just showing it for the purposes of letting you know that there's a walkway that goes behind it. It goes between. I think they're just sort of adding the depth there.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't mind it. I think you could make a nicer gate, but I mean, I don't really. I'm not passionate one way or another, and it's one of those kind of more subjective thing.
What if the fence were less tall, or the wall were less tall? Would that make a difference in the?
That would read a lot better, but this is also something that we did address in the design guidelines, that we did not want to have walled courtyards. So to get the openness, so that and I'm willing to allow the staff to approve. I'm willing to conditionally approve this, because the detail and the taste that they handle the rest of the project, I think they can come back with a better solution, and that staff it could be approved at staff level without it coming back to us. So this could move forward.
Let me just ask one quick question, and this would be for the applicant and the designer. Is the garage door meant to be translucent material? Yeah, it sure would look nice if the fence was translucent.
Okay, well, we'll open public comment to hear from the applicant. No, come forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Jeff Grover, and Mary White was our architect, my wife, Leticia. Just a comment. I think I hear your point, and I think it's certainly open to a translucent concept as well. We're not trying to kind of wall things off. It was sort of a solution at the time, but some of your points are intriguing, and so. Mary, you want to say anything? Okay, I'll sit back down. We're just trying to keep the costs down. So repeated, changes, if we can have some flexibility on that, that might keep our costs down. But thanks.
So I think maybe, I'm kind of getting the sense from everybody that we would like to see this modified, and the entryway modified in some way to provide greater visual access from the street.
So that could be in the form of a lower height wall, or it could be in the form of translucent material that Mr. Lucas is so fond of, or something along those lines. And we can certainly, with those parameters, work with the applicant to come up with something that follows the direction of the Planning Commission. So happy to do that.
Could be going from, I suppose, going from a solid wall to a railing. To an open railing.
I think we understand the concern noted, and I understand what the guidelines are. Help draft them. So I think we're good with that. If you want to give that direction, we'll work with the applicant to come up with something that's satisfactory.
And I think, I honestly think, looking at the rest of the design, that the architect may come up with a much better solution than that's coming off the top of our head here. So is everybody comfortable allowing the architect and staff to work together to follow that direction? Okay. So with that, do we have a motion?
I'll move we approve 12-17, amended by the comments that staff addressed the entrance gate wall situation with the applicant.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Lucas?
Aye.
Commissioner Sadowski?
Aye.
Commissioner Lure?
Yes.
Commissioner Ingraffia?
Yes.
And Chairman Teft?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Okay. I think our next item may be a fairly long one. Do we have any sense of when Mr. Buckingham might be arriving? Okay. Yeah. I think it's probably a long item, but it's one that comes in sections, so we can probably. Yeah. So with that, we will move on to new business. Item number C1 of new business is a review of preferred land use alternatives for the general plan local coastal plan update for the city of Morro Bay, and I believe that Scott is getting that revved up for us.
All right, this item this evening is a continuation of the joint session that you had with the City Council on the 28th, reviewing preferred alternatives for the general plan land use, preferred alternatives for general plan land use. We will be taking your input here this evening and conveying that to the City Council, and they'll be reviewing this in a similar fashion at their meeting on the 11th. We left off at Site F during that meeting, and so I'm going to fast forward through this to get to that, I think.
Can I ask you, Scott, a question?
Sure.
Did they actually really think that we're going to go through this whole packet when we had a joint meeting?
Well, I mean, we tried to get through it. We didn't get through it, and so now we're meeting with you here.
But really, there's like all the land use and the whole city within one meeting.
try to get through it the best you can, and we, adapt and bring it forward. I mean, the point is to get the input from both the Planning Commission and then
Right.
have the City Council. So that's literally why I brought it back right away, so it's fresh in your mind. And so this may actually be a better format for that. In fact, we talked a little bit about it at the meeting. Probably this is one of the last times you'll probably have a joint session with them. I think the rest of the materials moving forward, you're going to be reviewing on your own. It's probably a better format for that anyway. And moving forward, you'll probably be making recommendations onto the City Council, which would be kind of an odd situation where you're in the same room. So I would expect from now on that we'll be having one-on-one meetings, and there may be an occasional, we may have one or two joint meetings for other things related to the general plan, but mostly you're going to be reviewing material on your own while the consultant's here, and we'll be going through it with you and that type of thing. In fact, as part of the item that we'll be reviewing as part of this item, the second half of it, we'll be reviewing with the council next week, will be to add some additional meetings for the Planning Commission. Our timelines got thrown off a little bit mostly because of our grant process. Our round 3 grant from the Coastal Commission got awarded in August, and we didn't get the grant agreement in place until January. And so that's kind of put a little bit of a monkey wrench in some of the processes that we're doing. We've had to stop things because you can't do the work and bill backwards in the grant process. So it's pushing things down the road a little bit, which we had a pretty aggressive timeline on it to begin with, and that was mostly, again, driven by the grants and the timeframes for those. We confirmed recently with the Coastal Commission what our grant timelines are going to be. Still not a significant amount of time. We have to be done by December of 2018. We have to have all of our products to them, and right now our revised timeline looks like that'll have us ending in about August of 2018. But because it has expanded, we will be adding some meetings, and so we'll be talking to the council about that, and that will probably roll into the budgeting process that we're going to be beginning in May. So.
The grant you're referring to is the OPC grant?
No, OPC grant is funded and awarded, and we've drawn down almost all of it. We have round 1 Coastal Commission grants, and then round 3 Coastal Commission grant. The round 3 was the most recently awarded in August, and then again, the grant agreement didn't get finalized until end of January.
Scott, it seems like, well, in the interest of frugality, you've got an exceptional handle on this. Do we even need to have the consultants on most of these meetings or on these other meetings? It seems like
So depending on what comes out of the conversation with the council, if we need more meetings, we'll have more meetings, and it'll be like this. It'll be Cindy and I sitting here facilitating. This is not a problem. We know the material. It's why I brought it forward and don't have Michael Baker here. I was like, we don't need to have you come. One of them comes out of Sacramento to be here. That's Jeff, and so it's kind of a far drive, and he has to stay overnight when he's coming here, so it's expensive. So. Anyway, we all good? All right, so we're going to pick up where we left off. This is Site F, Tri W. We're not actually proposing any land use changes here. We're proposing to keep it as it is. It has a referendum that covers the property. The idea is to preserve, again, Measure H, and to maintain the existing land use designations, which is open space recreation and district commercial. And so the district commercial are in those sort of pale pinkish colors, I guess, and open space recreation is in green. So while we took a look at this, we're not proposing to unwind it. We're not probably going to be proposing any language that suggests that we take a look at anything as it relates to this at this point, other than maintaining existing land use designations and that type of thing. Are there questions, comments?
Scott, what's the total acreage of the Tri-W site?
The area that's outlined in color is about 30, and we have 13 acres of commercial. That's the pink color. The overall thing, I forget what the total size of it was.
So each one of those little pink blocks is about 6 or 7 acres.
Yeah, and it spans a drainage that runs through the middle of it. And so that configuration is probably one of the most expensive to develop that you could come up with. Requires bridges and things like that. So.
And Measure H controls this area, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry.
And I was going to say, and you've been in my office, seen our zoning maps and so forth, and the areas that are along the bottom down here, this had two measures. It was a Measure B, I think, that was approved originally, and it included visitor serving commercial down here on the bottom. And then they ran it back through a referendum process again after that and changed it and removed the visitor serving commercial and made those areas that were visitor serving commercial all open space. So that's what you see there now.
So, I'm sorry. In your opinion, would the language of Measure H support mixed use in that area with commercial combined with some other use, or would that be precluded?
I would say it would support a mix of commercial uses consistent with the zoning that we've placed on it. Probably nothing that would have any sort of residential or anything associated with it.
Okay.
This is zoning by referendum, usually in response to development that people are unhappy with, which is what happened here. You end up with some odd things. Like you usually, from a development standard, layout standpoint, don't try to create islands of development that are by themselves. Usually you try to locate development near other development. In this instance, it made everything else undevelopable and agriculture, then open space up here and down here, and then you have these two little islands that would be commercial, which is somewhat of an odd configuration, and not one you would probably follow, say, if you were in the middle of a general plan and LCP update process and you had free reign to deal with land uses on this property, which we do not.
The area, I'm going to go back a little bit. We had talked several meetings ago about one of the things that I see in the city of Morro Bay, what we lack is not so much retail, but like business to business commercial, okay? And kind of like where you could have like more of a manufacturing kind of buildings where, there's a lot of local businesses here in our county that you have to go to Tuscadero or whatever, and they're buildings that are one story, kind of open areas where you can put in manufacturing machines. You're saying those kind of pinkish areas, they're commercial, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, yes. Now that lower section is
it's district commercial.
Yeah. Now this lower section, what you call open space, it was at one time that was a visitor serving commercial, and then you changed it to open space.
Yes,
without a measure that changed.
Yeah, the initial referendum was Measure B and had those lower areas as visitor serving commercial, and apparently that's not what they wanted, and so another measure came after it, and Measure H, and got rid of that land use designation.
So once you have that Measure H, we're stuck with it with this LCP update unless we get another.
It would have to go through a vote of the people.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, if we wanted to do something, and we thought, yep, this is the place where we're going to put X, and it doesn't fit into the commercial land use designation. Like we think it should be housing, say, as an example, versus an office park or something like that. Mm-hmm. Then in the city's like, yep, we absolutely want to do that. Well, we'd have to go take it to a vote to the people. Like, oh, hey, we have this idea. Probably need to really lay out what that would be, and we want to put X type of housing here. What do you think? And then we'd run it through a vote, and if it passed, good. If it didn't, Measure H would remain.
Yeah, so basically you're kind of stuck.
Which is why we're not proposing land use anything with this. There was no desire. I mean, we talked to people about this as through the General Plan Advisory Committee and through our workshops. We said, is there any interest to do anything here? Because if there is, we should note that in our general plan so people understand that we're looking at that and talking about it. And then when we go to adopt the plan, people will know that we were going to go run this back through an election process to potentially change it. There was no desire, of the the citizens that participated in that process to do that. And we sent out, land use flyers as well in the utility bill mailers and had a survey online, those types of things. And so we didn't get sort of any inkling from anyone that there was a desire to do that. They're leave it the way it is, and so that's what we're doing.
Well, we can't change the mandate of Measure H, but as I recall, Measure H is somewhat vague in terms of where specifically these 13 acres of commercial should be located. As I recall, it says something like generally adjacent to Highway 1 or something like. So it does seem that as part of this process, it might be worthwhile looking to see, on the ground where these specific areas are and whether, rearranging them could better preserve open space, better preserve hillside views, et cetera. We're just looking at something that's drawn on a map here, and it does seem like there's an opportunity to say, okay, we're going to have 13 acres of district commercial here. Is this the right 13 acres? For example, that little tail of open space down at the bottom there, I'm not sure, why that is. Yeah. That little tail is there, and why everything is sort of. Number one, there will be very limited access, off of that off ramp.
The way this is laid out is, from a land use planning standpoint, is terrible because you have the off ramp right there, and so you're talking, and then you have to bridge the gap in the middle to get over to the other side where the commercial would be. So anything that you're putting here is going to be very expensive to build, and access to it is going to be very difficult. Potentially requiring the construction of another bridge to get on and off the property, depending on how you take that access. And it involves Caltrans because it's an off ramp right there. This is probably the most difficult layout you could come up with for that to gain access to the site and then to put commercial on it. Anyway. Maybe that was the point. I'm not going to say that it wasn't.
For me, that's one of the hardest parts about this one is it's such an abstraction because there is no context right now. When I look at it, because I commute across that path twice a day, and my sense is, I like the green along 1 because that's the scenic highway, and that actual little bluff there where this is shown is probably going to be hidden from a large part of the Route 1 experience. And then I'm imagining myself leaving on Morro Bay Boulevard, and as I go through the roundabout, assuming I get through the roundabout, and I start my descent down the ramp towards San Luis, that open space that we were just looking at, that's actually pretty good because it's starting to go on the downhill now, and I don't think I want to see something there. And then one of the things last week whatever it was, that we talked about is I like the idea that green stripe, however torturous it looks like it's represented, says that we care about that no-name stream that's there, that we want that preserved. So part of this to me is diagrammatic about there are some aesthetic parts of placement here that then the resultant thing is what's left, those two places. Good luck. And I don't think that's necessarily bad, but it's so hard. I don't have the faintest idea how you get to this thing because I can figure out how you might get in on the ramp, but I don't know how you get out of it on that ramp.
It would take reconstruction of that ramp over there.
Or we're going to end up taking that street up along Route 1 and having yet another parallel road right next to Route 1 somehow,
There was a design for putting a shopping center there, and they had bridges over the creek and commercial on both sides, and just when I looked at it, I was like, that's a very expensive project to build.
Because otherwise, or you have to come down off the other residential streets somehow. I don't know how those other adjacent lots are. That's the problem with looking at this and making a decision is there's no context about what is feasible through those other sites or why this thing doesn't actually touch the edge of the city boundary according to this. That little piece that strips across the north. So this one's very, very odd. I'm willing to punt on it and say, okay, you're talking about keeping the creek, you're talking about keeping the area next to Route 1. Mm-hmm. Maybe as good as we're going to get. But I do think, what Dr. Teft was talking about, some of these things have aesthetic impact. That little knoll that's to the right of the right-hand side commercial is actually kind of an interesting landform there. And the idea that you're putting things between landforms instead of just looking at an arbitrary map that's got square footage, I think this is a really complicated site. I'm thinking, I don't know who has a tiny elite corporate headquarters they want to have that has an ocean view off the roof decks and kind of an isolated thing, but I don't know if there's a mini mind body at work somewhere that would look at taking over a small parcel like this, because it is theirs. There's no adjacent context. Nobody's going to walk across Route 1 to do anything, I don't think. So it's very odd. So I'm willing to accept it, even though it strikes me as extremely odd.
From my memory, during that time, this was basically a response to a planned development that was going in there and was approved to go in there.
Several hundred homes.
And several hundred homes plus a grocery store and shopping center and an extension of the residential area on that, essentially on that whole site. And so this was the referendum, confined it to this and relegated the rest to open space. So this was a response to something that was proposed.
It is a beautiful piece of property. I've been out on it. It's got three peaks on it out here. I mean, the views from it are amazing. I mean, just incredible. So if we could ever get public access out there, that'd be fantastic.
And I think that's a really, thoughtful approach rather than seeming arbitrary and capricious and no growth and no, you can't build there. Make it a challenge and make it expensive, and then you're more likely to get, a sensitive, well-heeled developer who will probably do things that you'll find acceptable.
Well, regardless of how Measure H came about, there's very little. I mean, I don't hear anybody saying we have to overturn Measure H. That's just not on anybody's radar screen.
No. Not been the sentiment at all.
But all I'm saying is what we have here is something that we basically inherited, and it seems like maybe as part of this process, it would be worth going out and taking a look at the land and saying, given the fact that we need to have 13 acres of district commercial, and given the fact that it needs to be roughly adjacent to Highway 1, is this the optimal configuration?
Yeah, we'd have to go back and do a little more research. I believe this is the configuration that was adopted when we certified the LCP. Although when we certified the LCP land use changes for zoning, this remained or persisted as visitor serving commercial, which is not correct. So we definitely have to fix that. The zoning map is in error there. So, can we move on to the next one?
I think so.
Okay, so this is the corridor along 41. You have so site area map G. The concept there is to redesignate parcels where the mobile home park is located away from visitor serving commercial to medium density residential, and redesignate the area adjacent to Highway 41 on the north side from mixed use to visitor serving commercial. And then the rest of the land use designations are proposed to remain as is. So so while it's not included in here, I'd be curious to get your take on this. This is, kind of a higher density residential designation here, and then this is RA up here, which I always thought was kind of strange. It was not part of this right now, but it was something that's sort of struck me over the months looking at this.
I'm always kind of worried of it may be my age, the SimCity effect, that you zone something, and you're going to get this stereotyped kind of project on it. So if I see 5 or 6 zones that are different within a half mile of each other, I'm thinking I'm going to get this kind of weird miniature golf course kind of, collection of really odd things. So I guess what I was mainly wondering is, why is the general light industrial there? Is that meant to accommodate agricultural industrial, or?
So this is right here is Mission. The one little donut hole in the middle here is Mission Linen. Yeah. And then there's a yard there next to it.
I'm thinking more up by where Miners is, and then up the south side of 41 up there.
Yeah, a lot of that's in Esha area, so that is a little odd. It'll probably, some of it will end up having an overlay as we develop them for Esha, probably. There is some, I guess. Yeah, I mean that's a good question. I'm not sure why the light industrial persists there beyond. Yeah, could be. That's a good point. Cindy says probably industrial, agricultural. So and that's what's there on the sites, but it's underutilized for sure. I think one of the properties over there that's got an old barn on it or whatever has been for sale for a while.
Yeah, I think it's sold and it's
okay.
They've been working on it.
But I think if we're talking about the entrance to the town, though,
right,
we ought to really be thinking about ag industrial. Doesn't bother me at all. Anybody with a plow, it's like on the harbor. Anybody with a working boat, I think that's beautiful. Somebody with a plow, I think that's beautiful. Somebody with, I don't know what. I don't know what. There could be uses that I don't think would necessarily be attractive in our 41 entrance in that particular zone. I have no trouble at all with the trailer park. I mean, I accept that as a given in our age, that's a viable means of people to live here, that we want to have live here. And it wouldn't bother me to see an expansion of that. But it struck me as odd that we've got the miners parcel there as an industrial thing as opposed to commercial, if we're thinking that we want to line part of this as commercial. It looks to me like we don't have a theme for this yet. We're just kind of responding to what's there. I don't understand the neighborhood commercial kind of stuck in the middle of the other visitor serving commercial, especially if we're talking about Main Street becoming kind of neighborhood commercial like we were talking last week. It seems to me like an odd place to put that one little red scarlet zone piece. It wouldn't bother me if it was higher density residential again. This is walking distance to the schools. This is walking distance to the high school, the beach. If we want to have more retail on North Main, the idea of having more houses in a place like this, I don't think bothers me at all. You've got the access on 41. You're not taking people in deep into the neighborhood streetscape. So I think there's lots of reasons, I think, to consolidate some of the uses that are there, and not have so many, and maybe think about what that purple implication is down there. That's my main comments on the visitor serving commercial along Main. I get why we're doing that. If there's a couple legacy pieces buried inside, that if they don't see an advantage to leveraging up the zoning, the real estate value of leveraging up the zoning at this point, that's okay with me. It's also going to drag down some of the zoning, knowing that those uses could be adjacent to what could be a higher end retail facility. So I'd say that's the kind of things I'd balance. Retail's not my big thing. I would defer to a lot of what our retail experts and our business people who routinely are thinking about where some of these types of things would occur, what the impacts of some of these things might be.
I agree with Commissioner Lucas regarding that little scarlet thing with the neighborhood commercial, maybe keeping it, maybe keeping it, I don't know, something else. But
it's currently covering a like RV mobile home little small park.
Okay. Yeah. So, but on this purple area that is south, I personally we don't have that many spots in the city where once again where we can attract business and like businesses that employ people, businesses that produce a product okay? And there's not places in the city where you can rent even, you know? And so I'm kind of, I think that depending on the building, but I think that an area of having some kind of industrial use in the city would benefit not only bringing in jobs to the city, other than just like service ones, but more, but also more of a diversity. But I think that I kind of like encouraging having a zone that we can have more of that kind of development.
I have a question. I'm recalling the fellow who has the mobile home park on 41. And I remember when he was talking about he wanted more spaces so he could put trailers there, and they would be at a maximum of 1 month leases, as I recall. And he was, I think I mentioned, and he was surprised about we might be encouraging him to make those leases available for a longer period of time as affordable housing. And I kind of remember that the difficulty was that it was zoned industrial. Am I?
Visitor serving commercial.
Visitor commercial, okay. So I'm just thinking.
Well, the piece, okay, so the two pieces that they were doing the addition to is this little square orange block there and the one over here. Uh-huh. And those were actually had light industrial zoning on them, and so we had to do the interim use thing to get the visitor serving, RV uses on them.
But what if we were to go beyond visitor serving in terms of long-term, whatever you call it, mobile homes?
Yeah, I mean that's what the change is to medium density. Is to reflect the housing that's on.
So then if he could find customers, he would be able to bring those kind of facilities on us, and people could live there year-round without any kind of fiction about moving out or anything.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. I'm in a full mind with Commissioner Lucas about this. This is a gateway to our community, and I don't think we're handling it very well at all, especially for standards. For whatever we need better screening standards. We basically need to tell the developers of what we will accept here, so that we don't get this conflict of this was here now, so this is where we're going to build it, or this is what we're going to do. So this is one of those places where I think we really need to look at design standards for this specific area, because it's so, like our other gateways, it's so important. The light industrial on that little ham hock there it's never going to be developed that way because of the terrain and the ESHA. You've got a creek side there. You cannot do a 10,000 square foot, tilt up slab or flat one story there. Light industrial, you don't have any dimensions anywhere to put it. So it would probably be better off as commercial, visitor serving commercial, because then you have a better potential for delineating it and doing more screening and smaller shops, which would work on that. The orange parcel too. I think we can do a higher density residential or visitor serving on that either way. The other thing I'd like to see is kind of changing our concept for these mobile home parks, where there's been a big movement towards tiny homes, where this would be a great location for that, where you could create 2-story tiny homes on the footprint of these RVs and mobile home footprints, and then introduce screening, where we could actually introduce screening and landscaping, so it could be screened from Highway 41. So we don't see this, you look down from 41 and that's lower level, you don't see this field of Alcoa. And you develop multi-level, mini homes there that would be affordable by design, and which is what they're used for now. But I think we could accentuate that, and this would be an ideal place for that. I agree with Richard, is that we do need more industrial areas, but I don't think this is really the place to do it. And this is more visitor serving, high density residential. And if we could develop standards for the mini home that could replace some of these mobile home parks, I think we would be upgrading that whole area. But we do need to treat this as a gateway. We do need to treat this as a corridor, and we aren't. We don't have the standards for it.
So a question there. So this area all in here is all that light industrial type thing. I mean, they're all light industrial type buildings, and then right in here is where it necks down, and that's where that little farm thing is, and then it gets really narrow out there, and you end up in an area that's predominantly ash and a drainage. So I don't think you're ever going to get anything, out there. So this is a lot of this will probably end up with some sort of overlay over the top of it. But are you saying that you don't like the light industrial zoning here, or is the concern really, hey, let's put some standards in place that require better landscaping, better screening, and those types of things? So and maybe even as buildings redevelop, that we have better architecture and those types of things that are pay attention and be gateway oriented, that type of thing.
That's what I'm concerned with.
Okay.
The use isn't as important as having the standards to focus to get good design in there. And that little leg on the upside, I could see that changing to RA, residential agriculture. Because essentially that's our transition from the county ag lands into the city, and we already have that on the opposite side, which is the larger lots, the single homes. They could have more trees there, they could have better screening on those, but essentially that gives you the buffer zone of the transition from the county lands into the city. But the use isn't as important as the standards to make it compatible.
That's good. That's great input. Thank you.
The one thing I'd add is the way it's shown with the medium density residential. What Commissioner Lohr is talking about is almost a different type of zoning component than we have now. It's almost a low scale, high density, almost kind of experimental kind of housing zone where we don't necessarily dictate it's this or this. It could be a lot of things. I mean, I'd love to see us find a place where, the uphill lots on the north have, great visibility out over the ag flats and the hills beyond. Yeah, maybe that's more traditional high density residential, like the condos that have been going up in there. But this lower section down here in the flats, that's something that should be lower, so that when you come in, you're not looking at multi-story, 3-story, 4-story kinds of things. You don't want that kind of high density. Yeah. But the high density that he's talking about, where I would hope at some point these stream beds that we have become a real asset instead of just the back of property. I mean, this is another one of those. That channel through there could really be something beautiful that's an asset to any high-density housing that would be in the flats down there. And I totally agree with Richard about having, some industrial, but I don't know this is the context thing again. I really wonder if we want to have an odd part of Main Street, the odd part of Main Street south of the creek before you get to the overpass of Route 1. That's where we have, where the bike park is and things like that. That's a really hard set of parcels there, because I think they're all in floodplain zones.
Yeah.
And so you're either going to have to, crank them up in the air, like that one parcel is done at the very south end, or you're going to have to come up with something more creative. And I think the industrial kind of zone down there, I think maybe makes a little bit more sense. Cluster some of that stuff where it's harder to imagine people coming in with housing or some of this retail. It's not the place you want to necessarily stop either, like this zone is here. This is really a pause point before you're going to go into whatever that arterial entity is that's going to be at that intersection, whether it's a giant roundabout or whatever, before you go down to the other end of 41, which I think, we talked about that before. There's an entity in our audience that would like to open public comment.
Roger, this is not a public hearing. This is new business.
You don't take comments from the public?
We did at the beginning of the meeting.
I'm sorry, I missed it. I just have a brief comment. I'm the only one here.
Okay. We'll open public comment for
A brief comment by Roger Ewing. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. My comment is not indigenous to the subject that you're talking about, but every time I hear discussions about land use planning and residential density, two factors in that policy rarely ever get public expression: resources and flow of traffic. Our city is what it is topographically and traffic-wise. We don't have room to widen or lengthen. And these two factors, I think, are most important in what brought us here, and that's the quality of life that we all enjoy. And when you cram in residential density in an area that can't expand, you interrupt that quality of life. And I just thought it's a discussion that should be had when the whole picture of land use planning should include the resources we have, the quality of life we enjoy, and the flow of traffic that we have limited. So anyway, thank you for letting me express that. I appreciate it. Have a good meeting.
Thank you, Roger.
And please continue your organic conversations. I admire you for the manner in which you chair these meetings, Bob.
Thank
Credit to the citizenry of Morro Bay, and thank each of you very much.
Good night, Roger. Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission. Richard.
Commissioner Lure brings up a good point. I kind of drive by this. I'm kind of referring to this purple area and to me, it's like, if you're gonna, why zone something, or why zone something if it's not real practical? You know what I mean? And so if we're looking at, what is that, general light? Man, my eyes are getting worse now. General light and industrial. Maybe. I'm kind of always thinking, and maybe there's other areas that better fit that. So, when we're looking at the city, we say, oh, okay, we got some, general light industrial in this area or this area. But, but if we're zoning something that's not really practical, then maybe we should look at another use of it. Maybe mitigate some open space there so we can do some other rezoning someplace else. I don't know the answer, but I think that we also have to look at the practicality of it.
I mean, it's an interesting comment. The area out there, the existing, sort of light industrial type buildings that are out there have been predominantly occupied in perpetuity since they were built. From what I understand, anyway. I mean, I haven't lived in the community, or are all that familiar with that area. But I've talked to a lot of folks that are, and they said most of the buildings over there have, remained occupied from, inception. So I would say that means that they're at least relatively successful in what they do. I do think that, addressing what Commissioner Lure was talking about, though, about how that corridor looks when, they come in to do things on those properties, makes all the sense in the world. In fact, we're doing a economic strategic plan. It calls this out as a gateway, and it says improve the gateway, make it look nicer, make it look like a gateway, like you're driving into something, as opposed to the overpass. So I think those types of things can make a big difference if we came up with, planting requirements and then as things redevelop over there, what we want buildings and those types of things to look like are completely appropriate.
But they are, if I might add, but they are primarily occupied with retail uses, not industrial uses. You've got a hardware store, you've got an antique mall, you've got equipment rental, which is arguably industrial, but not really.
Well, light industrial covers a lot of stuff. You can even, I think our light industrial thing even allows for office park type stuff. So,
yeah.
Right. It just sort of depends on what the zoning's what'll tell the story about what you want over here and can identify this as a gateway area and tell things that you want to do with it. Certainly, the land use could change. My only point was that it seems like things that have been over here have been over here for a while and seem to be doing okay. So,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I really have to point out Commissioner Lure's comment because I think it underscores the fact that we're doing this all wrong, okay? As does that. We're saying this is general light industrial, but what we're not talking about is what that means on the ground, okay? I hear Commissioner Lure saying, I agree with this being high-density residential, but the downhill lots need to be high-density residential with a height limit of maybe 20 feet, and the ones up on the upper hill might have a height limit of 30 or 35 feet to allow the density. What we need to be doing here is talking about what we want to see on the ground and then making the land use designations from that rather than sort of arbitrarily. Mixed use, guys. We've got so many properties that we're talking about mixed use, and we haven't defined what they mean. We should be defining that now, and then moving forward with the general plan and then the zoning ordinance in accordance with that. Okay, rather than saying we're going to designate the category now and figure out what that category means later on.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not typically how you do it. You do typically look at maps to start with and identify land use patterns, and then you take all the input like we're getting here, and we condense that. So it's not just I think it should be light industrial. I think it should be residential. I think it should be something else. It's all the comments that you give us that's in between that. That's really what ends up being the policy that backs what these things are. And so, and maybe when you put enough of that together and you start writing out what that looks like, and then you go, oh, well, the land use category over here doesn't make any sense with that. That's really how we condense it, but you kind of have to start from somewhere, and that's normally where you start from, is looking at land use kind of overarchingly in areas. Like, this kind of looks like that. And then you go, and you get comments from Commissioner Lucas that says, oh, but maybe you need to have some other sort of treatment there. You need to have some other idea related to height or those types of things. Like, okay, all right, let's take that and go put it over here and see what that looks like. And then you get comments from other, the comments that you get from the public and from all the different advisory boards that weigh in on these things. And then you kind of get this sort of large description of things that maybe should be there. And then when you write it up, you're like, okay, maybe that land use should be tweaked. And that's why we're not approving land uses right now. We're just sort of getting the idea for the preferred alternatives. And through this process, they're going to get defined, and you're going to get to see them. And then we're going to really to implement them, we're going to go to zoning. And then oftentimes when you get into zoning, you start talking really specifically about these areas, the land use will change again. Normally, you don't get to do them at the same time. We're just fortunate enough to be able to do that, so they'll track together a little bit, and it'll make a little more sense. But that's often how it happens. You get the zoning when you start really getting on the ground, the nitty-gritty, what's going to be there. It'll inform backwards and say, yep, that's probably not what that is, because we defined it so narrowly that now the overarching category on top of it doesn't fit and needs to be moved to something else.
So you're saying we'll get there?
It is a process. I mean, you of all people know this because you're on the GPAC. So it goes down the road, and we need to have good definitions of these different areas and good descriptions of them. I think that's what leads into it, and that's what we're getting from you. We want you to tell us what these areas should be, and so we can help to define them consistent with that input, I guess.
Can I tell Scott what this area should be? Okay. One of the things I'd really like to see, and it's been in my brain ever since LA started doing reclaiming their rivers, changing them from concrete to parkways. You see this on the High Line. You see it on, industrial, wharf sites where they've changed brownfields into parks. We have an opportunity where we've got a major habitat area. Plus, it's a flood hazard where I've seen pallets of wood floating in where was Hayward's parking lot before. So, if we could look at that stream bed from beach to our boundary, we could solve some of the flooding hazards further downstream, and then open that up for a recreational parkland strip that would handle both public access and recreational area, plus habitat improvement and basically flood improvement. So we could get rid of most of that flood zone on from the upland flooding on the North Embarcadero area by improving this all the way up into that ag zone where it starts backing up and where we start getting into turbulence and increased water flows because of restriction of the stream bed. But this would give us an opportunity, I think, if we look at that whole section and then tying it through, even down through the power plant area, we can look at that as a park artery. So it's not a square plot of land that's a park, but it's an arterial park that puts you, as close to nature as you can possibly get. And that would be something that would be really beneficial to Morro Bay and we could all be proud of.
Yeah, I'd like to say something about the designations for medium and high density. I think I mentioned this before. If we're committed to preserving open space on the periphery, it seems to me that we have no choice but to have a higher density in the core, because you simply can't have it both ways. I see this as an opportunity maybe to sort of resolve that antagonism between those two concepts. Do more density here and preserve the outlying lands, and avoid the neighborhood criticism where a neighbor doesn't want a higher density in the lot next to him. That's all I had to say.
I would also consider, this is one of the gateways to the city, and yet on the north side of 41, we've only got one visitor-serving lot there. I'm wondering if that visitor-serving area might extend further north into what's now, I think, district commercial.
Yeah, this area right here.
Yeah, that area, that adjacent area.
Yeah,
there.
I think we got that. We got that comment out of the joint meeting because I think it was 2 items before the one we stopped on or whatever was North Main, and so we did capture that. I think there was general agreement about that. Seems like a good idea. I think it reinforces that whole gateway idea.
when I'm correct me if I'm looking at it, is that 1840 Main, where the old Shell station was? That little square, yeah, okay.
The piece right there,
Yeah.
the Sonics.
Yeah. And just kind of following up with what Roger Ewing, the public comment, said about traffic, when we started looking at that, is that something that we're going to be lacing in as we go along, or is that something that as we looking at this right now, do we have?
So there's I mean, that's a great question. In Roger's comments were good. I mean, general plan's a comprehensive document. There's a circulation element. There's an entire element that deals just with circulation. Right. And so that we have traffic counts on the intersections there. We have actually a lot of traffic count information for that intersection just because we're looking at potentially putting a roundabout there or some traffic improvement because, cars back up there and traffic's an issue. So we have that information, and that'll be, that's an entire element of the general plan it's going to be written. We have all the background documentation. Well, a lot of the background documentation for it now, but it covers traffic throughout the city.
Is there any, I don't see it here, but is there something that when you guys, when we're looking at this, is like other egress or access or other roads that we could build as we look at these things? Or
So I mean, that's an interesting idea. We've talked, so do we have plans for it? No, but right here at the bottom of the screen, that's the edge of the Dynegy property right there.
Right.
As an example, Dynegy can't, that lot can't redevelop with the access coming off of the Embarcadero.
Right.
Only. During the summer, in the peak times, if you put anything that generated traffic there, it would just shut that area down. And so that would need to be an area that has a secondary means of ingress and egress, probably from Highway 1. Or along a frontage road, something like that. So, the circulation element could identify some things like that. But when that site redevelops, it'll have a master plan on it that'll talk about all infrastructure related to whatever's going to go in there. So, it'll be kind of specific for that one item. The circulation element will pick up on. Sorry, I didn't touch on this. We'll pick up on other areas where improvements are needed, though, consistent with our traffic master plan and things like that.
I think this is.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that to me, the big thing that's different about the north side and the south side here is the south side has direct access off 1 or off 41 for that whole visitor serving commercial. So it's just a nightmare of trying to figure out. There is no real designated access because the whole thing seems like it's access, whereas the north side has what in effect's a frontage road that controls where the access points are onto 41. And if we ever do get the idea of an overlay on here, that even though I don't like the idea of parallel roads with each other, the one that serves what could be the north side then allows you to have landscaping in that buffer between 41 and the frontage road, that it spruces up the entrance, it controls the traffic, it allows the high density without impacting 41 as a throughway. And potentially, I think you maybe suggest to the owners that they're better off aggregating. This is not the place like downtown where a small footprint is ideal for the pedestrian experience. There is no pedestrian experience here right now. The consolidation of properties might lead to actually a better entrance along the south side down there.
Yeah, just along the same vein, I think one of the things that we want to avoid in planning this is increasing the number of direct accesses onto Highway 41. I mean, Highway 41 is the closest we've got in Morro Bay to a principal arterial, and you shouldn't have driveways coming out onto, a principal arterial. So the circulation design really needs to be looked at to try and bring that traffic maybe over to Main Street rather than onto Highway 41. And also look at circulation improvements, right turn lanes where necessary. And with regard to that neck up there that's industrial, and another reason not to see that developed with anything very dense is that's really the area where traffic speeds up on Highway 41. I mean, that's where people are going from 35 miles an hour to 55 miles an hour. And so that's not a great place to have additional turnoffs.
And Scott, I agree with that wholeheartedly, because I come down that every day, several times. But in the standards too, on any project that comes forward, we have to make sure and clear up front that there will be a buffer required, either landscaping between 41 and any south side development, even if it requires removing existing structures. It seems that's the only way we're going to get something done there that'll approach a gateway corridor, and that needs to be in the standards, because we can't get trapped in, well, it's here, so we can't change it, and I think that needs to be clear.
And I'm going to just repeat pretty much, but what Commissioner Lewis said about the stream bed and those issues, we still have to kind of be, regardless of what Washington's thinking, we still got to be considering climate change and the intensity of storms and stuff. And so let's be a little more proactive that way. And I kind of like what he was saying about what LA is doing and kind of thinking ahead.
Those are some of the the limited things that you can put in floodplains. I mean, you can have recreational pathways in those areas. I mean, we don't have a choice. We will be looking at climate change regardless of what Washington is doing. We have grants that tell us that's what we're doing. Otherwise we'll be paying back a lot of money, and that's not good. So, are we good here? Ready to move on? Okay. I think we're looking at side H, so Measure D, right? We're not really proposing any land use changes here. There was a desire by the General Plan Advisory Committee and so forth, maybe to help better define what Measure D means. And so we'll probably be looking at doing something along those lines in the zoning code to tell us sort of, what things are supposed to be here and what not, because I think over time it's, sort of swung back and forth with the pendulum, and it'd be nice if we had a little bit better definition of what that might be. So I think we're going to try to at least give a nod towards that and see if we can't help that. But other than that, the land uses are going to remain the same. We're probably going to do some zoning cleanup here. We have a couple of things I think that are inconsistent that we're going to be looking at. What? Yeah. Oh, for the land use and zoning consistency. And I think it deals with the it deals with these things, the little purple areas there, and I think over here too. The little purple areas on there, our land use, our zoning ordinance isn't consistent with the land use in the general plan, so we're going to clean that up. But other than that, no real changes other than to look at it and to maybe come up with some definitions when we get to zoning that tell us maybe what you can and can't do here. Help define some of the language, I guess.
Scott, do we need to designate the area for the haul out on that?
So right now that's city-owned property and going to be, and I think that the proposal is to change that to what is it? What's this? Public facility. Sorry. Public. Change it to public facility, which is fine unless the city decided to go down the road of selling it, the property. And the city could do that to make it viable. Although it makes more sense if you're going to make it viable and write down the cost of the land, you're going to do that through a lease process that is $1 a year or something. If the council wants to go down that road, we'll see what that looks like once we get proposals back on the RFQ that we have soaking right now. So,
would coastal development industrial, would that serve the same purpose? Or?
It would. I think right now the idea is that, it's city-owned property, so we have it as public facility. We could change it to something else. I mean, this issue's come up before with I think even talking with GPAC when we've talked about it a little bit. Again, the idea right now was just simply that we don't know what's going to happen here. We don't know if we're going to get any proposals either, out of the RFQ process for this. So we'll see. I mean, we'll know more because we'll get proposals back, and then maybe that's something that process. This won't be done by but that'll probably come before and probably a little more help inform the process. So if we need to change it, at the end when we're getting ready to, finalize the documents, we can do that. But I mean, it could end up just being a parking lot, or the city could put a parking structure there or something if the boat haul facility can't go there, or if we're able to locate the boat haul facility in other portions of Dynegy, because that becomes a more viable spot, because that triangle lot's fairly constrained. It creates a pretty small facility. It's tight maneuvering in there, and I think if you had a little more land to work with, you could make something that's a little more viable and not as difficult to use.
But what about the location of the actual lift and the slip for the for where the crane picks up the boat?
I think any of those areas along there, the existing land use classifications are fine for that.
Fine, okay.
Because it wouldn't. One of the reasons we need to define it better, because it wouldn't serve. It would serve recreational fishing boats. It would serve the fishing fleet. It would serve everybody. So I mean, it's one of the things right now that you could argue that it can't do.
Scott, why are we looking at retaining the coastal development industrial at the site? I assume that's the inflow building, and it's not going to be used as an inflow building anymore. So why wouldn't that just become commercial recreational fishing like everything else along that strip?
It could. Quite frankly, I just had, we just did some work internally. We had a use come forward through the Governor's Office of Economic Development for that use, to make use of that intake facility potentially. They wanted seawater for some products they were going to be producing, and to locate potentially inside the Dynegy facility, along with some other things and some other folks that are looking at it. So it could be that too. I mean, we could change it, or we could just accommodate it through the written description of what can go there. Certainly worth discussing.
Well, it seems to me, it seems to me that if we combined those somehow, if we had a land use designation that was flexible enough to accommodate a haul out, or a coastal dependent industry, that we'd have more flexibility when proposals come forward.
That doesn't seem like it'd be that difficult since it's one little lot. So.
No, but I mean, let's suppose that somebody came forward and proposed a really good coastal dependent proposal on one of the other, that was related to commercial fishing, that was related. It would provide the flexibility to locate that someplace else rather than just on that particular spot.
Yeah, I think expanding the description definition is probably not a bad idea.
I'm sorry.
Just the other thing I would propose is, when we do get down to talking specifics on Measure D, let's have a joint meeting with the Harbor Advisory Board and just do it, together.
That's a good, yeah.
I guess my concern about this one is very nitpicky, because the pink doesn't cover the teep here. It's got kind of a slash across some of the areas there. I don't think it's really honest about what actually is included in the Area D kind of land-sea interface there. That I think we should be clear about that. And if we're going to show the intakes as purple, we've got the slot on the east side of the rock, and that is a tunnel that goes all the way into the Dynegy property. So it's actually an underground infrastructure that could be incredibly valuable for somebody to take advantage of. And I just wonder, is it limited with the way it's shown here that it just becomes an afterthought, or is it just terminated because of the way this thinking is? And it also strikes me as very odd that we would say anything north of Coleman is commercial, because it can't be, can it? I mean, isn't it? I know the east side where we've got the green designated, some of those are sensitive properties that are ESHA, but I thought the ESHA included some of the dunes and what we're showing as pink there north of Coleman. So I think it's a misnomer to call the Coleman side commercial at all. We're not going to build docks along the revetment at the entrance to the harbor, I don't think. And unless we're talking about using the underground connective capability of the seawater effluent, or the effluent from the power plant, I'm not sure why we don't call it industrial. Does that make sense?
I mean, that's just the existing land use that's on it.
Really?
I think there was some reluctance to make many changes over here just because of the Measure D thing. That's kind of what I took away from this. I mean, it could be something else, and it could cover some of the other areas. But this is the area that we outlined, and that's what we have current land use for.
I guess my concern is if we're really going to try to clean the thing up, we shouldn't be calling anything along that arm commercial. We should be calling it open space recreational that has asterisks. Internal infrastructural capability to be industrial.
Well, we do some commercial stuff out there. I mean, there's paddleboard rentals and things like that go out there.
Really?
Yeah, really? Out of the parking lot there. Yeah.
But that's temporary.
They have a lease through the harbor department.
But they don't have a building.
No, they have a trailer. They pull up out there and they unload the stuff. They go out and take them back in.
I'm just thinking again. If I'm the big honcho looking at Dynergy, and I see that we've got some, rinky-dink commercial thing along the edge of the harbor there, I'm thinking, what are they going to put there? And it's like, let's not suggest that we want to have that as. It should be an exception to put commercial there, not the rule based on the map. That's just an opinion.
And it seems like paddleboard rentals or surfboard rentals or tennis racket rentals would fit into a recreational zone. I mean, that's
all great conversations, but all things that are already covered in Measure D. It looks like that, and the land use is that because it's described in Measure D. The land uses are that are allowed in here. So, I mean, I don't know that there's, we can look at it to see if there's slight tweaks that can be made, but it does call for what's allowed in here in Measure D. I'd have to go back and look at it specifically because I don't have it sitting here in front of me, but it talks about commercial and recreational fishing out there. Those are the uses, and so those are the land uses that they placed on them. Yeah, all the way to Target Rocks, and he's right. So it does say that. I mean, it's specific.
Yeah, you'll have to look at the language carefully because I'm not sure that it requires that those uses be allowed. It only requires that other uses not be allowed.
I have to look at it again. I don't have it sitting here in front of me.
And by the same token, how come the parking lot there at the Rock is not included in anything? Shouldn't we have zoning on that? Shouldn't that be open space recreation?
I don't know why we don't have anything over that area. I mean, just separate from this. I mean, what is that? Is it what's it? It does it. It's what is it? OA1. Okay, so we do have zoning and land use over it. This specifically this area here is just dealing with Measure D.
Okay, and then in that same vein, the parking area out at the jetty.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The parking area out at the jetty too would be
South side.
Inclusive in that, or should be.
Yeah, all of that. All of those. There is land use for all of that.
Okay.
It's just not here because we're just specifically talking about the area that's encompassed by Measure D, and it stops there, I guess.
Then when do we talk about a potential connection from Embarcadero to the North Market Embarcadero on 41?
The north end. Say that again.
From the north end of the Embarcadero across the creek to 41.
I mean,
in
there.
Yeah, with a bridge and more of a, where we have the pedestrian bridge, but have that as a future full access, because I think that's going to be required if the plant is developed at all.
Well, so secondary access out of here could be in this area up here.
Right.
So it doesn't have to go that way. I mean, it does seem like it makes sense, but I guess when we were putting the bridge in, we looked at doing that, and that was really unpalatable for many. I wasn't here, so I wasn't part of the conversation, but it seemed like it wasn't a very popular concept because one of the versions of the plan I saw had that on there, and they're like, nope, and it got stricken off.
Well, you got height limits and you got cultural ESHA as well as natural ESHA issues all along in there. But the fact is, if you're going to have another bridge, you're probably going to end up having a bridge that's higher than the floodplain. You're going to end up having an elevated kind of thing, if I'm not mistaken. And that's not saying we couldn't do it. It's just saying it's a lot more work than they were willing to do for that connection over there. And it is sensitive. The whole creek bed is sensitive.
It is.
And so we have to watch that we don't arbitrarily set something up. But the idea, again, the idea that we have a problem with the sites, this is one of those intersectional things again, which is why I think, it's almost like you have to see this in relationship to Dynergy to north of the Dynergy and relationship to the 41 entrance. It's almost like one giant problem to try to solve, because if I'm coming to Dynergy, I may be driving through the State Park and Main Street, but I'm probably going to be coming Route 1 or 41. And so to isolate the thing away from the connectivity issues is, and someone with the fiscal capacity to take that site on is not going to be afraid to propose things like that. We just have to be willing to receive it without blocking possible content.
Yeah, I mean, the circulation element, to some extent, once the land use stuff is done, they can start writing it. I mean, we haven't gotten there yet, but that's what it looks at. It looks at the intersections and the levels of service that we have out there and those types of things, and then looks at areas where we have deficiencies in the network, and it'll be multimodal. I mean, because I think our circulation patterns over time are going to change.
I just don't see that we can handle any development on that side by bringing everybody down Beach Street. Right. We just have such a bottleneck there. If you have a fun run, if you have balloons in the parking lot there, or whatever it is, whatever fair it is or anything, we need a northern exit for the Embarcadero, and it's always been an Achilles heel. It's always been, it's the death knell for anybody who talks about it, just because the people don't. I mean, they're used to the traffic flow coming in on Main Street and down Beach Street, and it really can't continue that if this, for in the future, and we need that secondary access. And it's still not going to kill all the Main Street businesses, but like they're afraid of.
Yeah, that's another reason why I think what Commissioner Lucas and Lewis said, I think that we need to look at like the integration. This is okay to look at a little piece, but for instance, like bringing in the traffic issue, for instance, I always thought that like off the southbound Highway 1 ramp, we could loop around and go through the PG&E property, maybe right through there, and then bring it down, bring traffic down that way, right through the property. That might be you kind of visualize what I'm saying?
So, I mean, this all back here, this little triangle back here is all Dynergy. This is the PG&E yard right here.
Okay, yeah, the switch yard. Now
so there's opportunities to come into the site over in this location.
Right, and we should kind of be looking at that as we're looking at these kind of land uses, because it's going to make a difference if we, it just makes sense to integrate all that, as we talk about it. It's nice to take pieces apart, but we got to think about the flow, the dynamics of it once it's zoned.
Well, that's true, but also if we are, and I sense that there's a strong sentiment to do this. If we're designating the Dynegy property as a specific plan area, in other words, nothing's going to move forward here without a specific plan. The circulation is part of that specific plan, and it may be, and oftentimes off-site improvements are part of that circulation. And I'm just thinking, a little bit economically, but that's something that eventually the developer is going to have to plan for, do the traffic studies, and pay for the improvements.
Yeah, I mean, it might be possible, again, because we're sort of solidifying some of the land use stuff so we can start going out and writing the general plan policies that apply to these areas. And because we applied land uses to Dynegy, and we have a circulation system that goes around there, the circulation element can, in general, speak to things like that. Like, the circulation element can acknowledge that when Dynegy is developed, the way that it sits right now, it can't take access off the Embarcadero only because it would come to a screeching halt down there if it was developed with anything that was very intense. And so they're going to need a secondary means of ingress and egress, and that should be considered over here or not. So the circulation element can do things like that in relation to the land uses that we choose. There'll be big picture circulation concepts and it probably says, hey, you need to, when thing comes in, you need to specifically go study it. And it could also consider, what it would look like going across the creek or not. I mean, they can model some of that stuff because to this point, what they've done is they developed a circulation model for the city based on traffic counts and so forth that they have. So, and the good thing is, this traffic engineering firm that did this actually is in Morro Bay. So,
well,
they know us.
But the reality is, when the proposed, when this ripens, when the proposed development comes forward, the traffic pattern may be somewhat different. We may be busier. We may have different public transit than we have now.
That's why I say the circulation element, we'll just touch on it in general, and probably tell you need to go do more work on it once the project comes forward, because who knows, 10 years from now, I mean, we're all driving around in autonomous cars, right? So we just need drop-off spaces, and those cars can drive around a lot closer to one another, and who knows. So,
we will be coming by drone.
Could be, yeah. Don't even need your car.
And we have a view shed issue.
People drones. So, all right. Are we good with this? Can we go to the next one?
Yeah, I just want to. I think the one thing to take away from this is that I think there was pretty general agreement that this north part of the area north of Coleman Park realistically probably should be open space if that can be done.
Yeah.
In conjunction with Measure D, and maybe that's something we'll talk about at the joint meeting as well with the HAB.
Okay, so what are we at? We're at sites. I lost my page here.
Aye.
So okay, so. Okay. So this is the downtown, sort of one of the downtown core areas. We've done some changes to some of the land use in here. Concept is to, help again improve the feeling and welcoming nature of another gateway to the city. Right, we have the roundabout over there, and the idea here is to change the designation on the western end of the block containing City Park from district commercial to open space, and so. And then that would create an opportunity to expand the park. So, let me back up. So what you're talking about is changing a portion of the land use here to reflect open space recreation for park use, and that would prohibit the uses that are there, which is that one liquor store and the what else is over there? The Oddfellows Lodge, from expanding.
And tourist motel.
Oh yeah, and the motel from expanding, but it would allow them to maintain their properties and that type of thing. But in the future, would allow us to create a a better focal point and a better park in that location.
Well, again, we're talking, we've got a fair amount of the area that is around the park here listed as mixed use. I would like to,
That's the blue?
Yeah, the blue.
Okay.
I would really like to see that defined to include retail, okay, to include entertainment, but not to include exclusive residential uses.
So basically, a commercial on first floor and residential on second floor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing, it's relevant to this, but it's getting to some. There's a number of spots that have been kind of pointed out by the consultants as possible outdoor family recreation sites. It seems to me that adjacent to, across the street from a park would be an ideal place to put some of those, outdoor family recreation sites. It's a kind of a natural symbiosis.
Is there a reason why the area opposite the park is zoned for district commercial? That would still allow second-story residential on it?
That's the idea here. Is that's what it would allow?
It would allow that.
It would allow.
Okay, because I think it's a prime example of higher density.
Yeah,
residential.
down the Morbe Boulevard corridor, right? That's
Yeah.
And then, Scott, once again, the design standards. I mean, to get what we want, to get the integral, or to get down to the nitty gritty, we need design standards for these areas, especially the mixed use and the arterial corridors.
Yeah, this area here, as well as going down into here, is part of the downtown waterfront strategic plan, and there's design guidelines for the commercial development there.
The closest one I see is Dune Street.
That's funny. Siri was getting tired, I guess, wanted to talk to her. Like I hadn't talked to her in a while. That's funny. So anyway, so we do have, so you'll be seeing those when we bring the DWSP forward to the Planning Commission. So they have developed design guidelines for this kind of whole area down here, slightly different for the waterfront versus further up, but it does speak to that. And it would be a starting place or jumping off place to look at design guidelines for the other commercial areas through here and then on up into North Main.
And do we give density increases for like subterranean parking or internal parking so that they get so that it sort of basically allows more mixed use, more residential?
Yeah. So Cindy was saying that not currently, unless it was in a PD. We don't have it in our current code.
Okay.
We're going to end up with a more modern zoning code with more modern parking standards on it. So the zoning codes that I've seen that have come out more recently do a lot better job of quantifying uses that are operating at off times from one another and giving discounts for that. So we're going to have. I think we'll end up with a much more modern code that deals with those types of scenarios where you can have reduced parking related to mixed use scenarios and those types of things.
And what about increased heights for setbacks from the street for the upper floor buildings?
Part of the discussion right now, at least in this area, is potentially looking at height increases and potentially incentivizing that if you're going to put some residential or something up top in the mixed area. If you're going to put the mixed use piece that we want upstairs, because maybe it's not residential in certain areas, maybe we want commercial upstairs or something on an office. I don't know, but yeah, if we're going to in areas like this, you're going to incentivize the putting residential upstairs, so we have folks that are hanging out in the downtown, and it's not as
as quiet down there as it maybe otherwise would be. I think we're moving in that direction. Yes.
You know, there are a lot of existing public facilities in this area. I mean, I'm looking at the fire station and City Hall and the library. I'm wondering why we're not designating those as public facilities in order to look at maybe the idea of a coherent government center area, and what else might be logically included in that designation for future use.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it came up in relation to some of the other stuff around there too. So that is something that we've been talking about. And
then again, in along the lines of what Michael was saying, this area, the little triangle of district commercial that's on the far east end of this, adjacent to the roundabout there, I'm thinking that might be an area where we don't want to have tall buildings, that we'd rather have maybe a lower silhouette coming into town.
The only thing I'll say about that, I'm not as familiar with Morro Bay as the rest of the commissioners because of my new arrival, but that area has an alley, which I guess lends itself to parking and residential above it, as opposed to the other side where you'd have to do driveways and back parking and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's. I wonder if we couldn't do something to kind of emphasize residential on that side of the street on a second story, because there are fewer obstacles.
I mean, I think to some extent that's been the discussion in relationship to the taller heights in this location. So you want to incentivize it, then you have your commercial storefront that's got nice high ceilings in it, so because that's what you want for commercial storefronts. And then you get a little added extra height to put your residential unit or units above it. Yeah, I mean, and then if you do that, and then you comply with whatever the guidelines are to get you up to that higher level, then you get to go to that 35-foot level or 37-foot level, whatever that is, to make that work. Otherwise, if you're not doing the mixed use thing, then you're back down at the 25, 30-foot level.
Yeah, some of the blocks have alleys and some don't, as I recall. But I mean, that's a very good point. Is as part of this whole mixed use discussion and residential over retail discussion, we need to talk about, how are we going to access parking, because residential really does need on-site parking without a whole bunch of curb cuts all the way downtown. We may have to create alleys where they don't exist now.
Is this also, I mean, in conjunction with that, I mean, is it a separate policy about things like parking for residential in this type of district? We're just basically talking about mixed use. We're not solving the parking problem on a lot-by-lot basis necessarily. I mean, when we look at studying a district, can't we identify a district with different parking standards than somewhere else that you...
We could do that. Obviously, we don't have a whole lot of different parking solutions in town right now. I mean, part of what we'll probably be developing is things like that, though. I mean, we're going to be looking at that and over time, and that might be something that we're able to do in the future. It seems less likely in the near term than on down the road. Yeah. It makes sense if you have parking solutions in place, or if you have a master parking plan for the city that puts parking structures in, like the city of St. Louis does, or what have you. It starts making more sense to do things like that. We have we have on-street parking basically, and off-street parking that are on individual lots for the most part. We don't have large aggregated parking areas.
This is one of those places, though, too, where I appreciate the care for Morro Bay Boulevard, and I'm still not sure I have in my head the wisdom to know what the implication of mixed use is versus district commercial. It strikes me as, okay, I guess they're almost the same, except district commercial has some higher-end retail plausibility. I don't get what the differential is, because, again, if I wanted to say, and I guess this is the intention, that park is going to be a center of something, then you want the thing around it to have a certain kind of continuity. And so if you split the thing twice, if you split it into two types of use, I'm just wondering, where's the differential between those two that it means we should have two different uses there instead of one?
Well, I mean, that actually becomes much more relevant given the conversation from Dr. Teft, in that we prefer not to have any of those mixed-use properties, in the blue there, right in this location, having residential only. If you're saying that, then you really start becoming more of the district commercial. The district commercial, though, they defined as like on corridors and things like that, really getting specific into what you want to see there, and maybe a little less so over in that area. But if you did go to that point where you're saying, well, we don't want ground floor commercial there, then the distinction, not really sure that it's there. Unless you're looking at two different types of mixed use, where in this area, our mixed use would be fine if we had residential above, and then one over here, residential and or commercial upstairs would be fine. Maybe that's the distinction or not. I don't know that we've gotten to the point of having that discussion, but if you don't go there and you're saying it's going to be the same, then it probably could be the same. We could just have one land use.
I just want to try not to create too many obstacles to something wonderful happening. If I think about the little towns that I do find interesting, a place like Taos, for instance, they have a physical square, and then they have an area around the square that has a certain kind of continuity, and then they actually develop the little alleyways into other retail things that are a different type of flavor. But you don't want to do something where you say, well, we can't do that there because it's mixed use. It was never intended to support this. And that's where, if the square or whatever, we can't call it a square because it's a triangle, if that park facility becomes a major open space to anchor the top of the hill, it sort of falls apart after you get past that eastern end, because you start to fall downhill toward the roundabout and then the Route 1. And I almost think those last few, at least 2 gas stations, if not 3, we should look at that as part of a thing around the roundabout, as part of an entrance. I think by the time you get up here, you're into a different thing. And so if we look at actual district boundaries or areas for special concern, I would actually use the roundabout as an anchor to tie that whole set of things around Quintana and Morro Bay Boulevard as an entity to think it out. Then once you get past the I'm not sure what the name of the road is. I'm not very good with names, but if I get past the mobile home park and the end of the gas station toward the police station, then I'm in the throat that starts to talk about the park. And then I get into the thing that starts to receive the Morro Bay Main Street intersection. Then I get into the transition. Then I get into the transition down to the harbor, and then I've got the harbor. So it's this kind of sequence of readable things that starts to make sense with each other. So that's my only caution, is I don't think I have the discernment to know what the implication of the split zoning is on those two things, except I don't think people are going to build a whole lot of residential right next to the fire station, unless it's for the really old people like me that don't hear that well sometimes. And I think, the little funky high-density thing ties into the high-density thing we've got behind Quintana. So that looks like an isolated outlier in this, but it actually isn't, because it's feeding into the high-density we've got proposed behind the other public facility there. What are we calling that? The remnants of the school grounds, play yard.
Yeah.
That's on J.
So maybe the firehouse would sort of be the nucleus of the public facilities zone if we were to look at where the public facilities are now and where the city might like them to be in the future. So maybe that's then where you have a gradient going from pure commercial to more commercial with residential, and then, stronger incentives as you get into the area where you really want the residential, which
I agree with Commissioner Lucas on this. I think that the zone line needs to shift around so that the roundabout is the center, and those other partitions are shifted from the Quintana zone to this zone, the downtown zone, so that could be treated as a whole, could be treated as a gateway. So we're not splitting that between the two zones.
So we're saying split off everything east of Kern, basically, and make that part of the roundabout zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it relates physically to that, and topographically.
So making that part of the next, making it part of J?
Yes.
Okay. I was making sure I was following you. I was writing it down, and I probably should make sure that's what they were getting at.
The other thing, honestly, I think the other thing we're saying here is that we're seeing this as sort of a distinct area, a distinct sort of almost a redevelopment zone or a development incentive zone. And that then needs to be identified in the downtown that strategy needs to be identified in the downtown waterfront strategic plan, and this area needs to be maybe discussed a bit differently than the Main Street Morro Bay area, because we're looking, in other words, I'm hoping that the strategic plan is going to define the vision, okay? And maybe the vision for this area is somewhat different than the vision for the west end of downtown.
But essentially create another zone, basically a gateway overlay, where we've got that in the 41 Main Street corridor as a gateway there. This is another gateway, and then maybe even coming from the state park, Main Street from the state park, is another gateway. Those are our three entrances pretty much to the city.
Right, but then also we have sort of going down Morro Bay Boulevard,
right.
You have the three nuclei of the city park, which right. is to be developed, the Main Street Morro Bay intersection, and then finally the Centennial Parkway on the waterfront.
Right.
And each of those has their own sort of character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the last thing I'd say about that is that mixed use that's on the northeast side of the park. That's really a unique area because you're backing up to that the backside of all that big retail. So if we're going to have something weird that's fun, that's an attractor, you want it there. If I'm going to have an evening club or something like that, if I'm going to have a music venue, it's like next to the fire station and behind the big food store is probably my best opportunity to not bother anybody.
Yeah, it's probably right in that area right there, but not over here because you have mobile homes.
Exactly. So it's one of those things that you almost want to watch what you say is mixed use and what are these different zones, because that's such a unique strip of parcels there. There's almost no other place where you're not going to get in trouble. I mean, that's one of the few that you can do something.
And they're all ripe for redevelopment right there.
Yeah, those things are mostly not in great shape.
So it's almost like you want to make that your most intense commercial zone in some ways, because you've got nothing to lose there.
The question is, can you create a entertainment zone focused on the park?
Well, there's a bus station there as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's
activity there.
Yeah. I really like what Commissioner Lucas said. we need to get some activity, you know,
Yep.
and that, like you said, that right there. So zoning it accordingly. You know, I'll be honest with you. I'm not following what the difference between the pink and the blue zone really.
Nobody is.
Okay.
Yeah, I literally think when you start talking about, and I think it's a good idea that we probably don't want to have residential on the ground floor. In fact, so much so that right across from City Hall, one of these properties was going to redevelop, and they were going to take down the office that was in front and build 2 houses on it. And I was like, taking you to Planning Commission if you do that, because that's not what belongs over here. It needs to have a commercial frontage on there. You want to put a residential unit behind it, okay. You know, that's consistent. But it felt completely wrong when they came in and talked to us, and I was like, I just can't support that. And it would have dramatically changed that block. You know, I mean, when you start putting uses in there that it's something that your zoning allows, and you realize that it's going to make a huge difference to what that block now looks like, maybe you have a problem, or maybe you're trying to encourage that. I don't know, but in that instance, it wasn't the case. So I think the point that you're making here is that we probably need to just look at that, and if we're going to have differentiators, define what those are. If there's not going to be, maybe we just make them all one. There's no reason just to maintain the existing land use if it's not telling a story about something. And right now, it doesn't really do that. It's not. There's not really much of a differentiation there. If we go down the road where we don't want to have in this area is residential on the ground floor, and I would agree that we probably don't. I don't think that's the story we're trying to tell. So,
well, addressing this ambiguity and thinking of Michael and sort of organic growth and what you just said, I mean, it would be so useful if somebody had an idea for an enterprise. He could go to the development office and see the zones, but there might also be examples of enterprises attached, and then he could draw the inference, gee, my blues club seems like it would fit over here, but clearly not here. And that's, I mean, I'm not suggesting, I mean, perhaps examples, with the stipulation these are not an exhaustive list of examples, but perhaps examples are the best thing to somehow attach to what by definition has to be a certain vagueness to a zoning code.
So that's a great point, and that's what the downtown waterfront strategic plan does. It identifies key locations where redevelopment could take place, and then attaches catalyst projects to them. So it's great, because what happens to us all the time is somebody walks in the door, I just acquired this property, or I'm going to acquire the property. What do you want to see there? Here's our document. These are the things when we ran it through the public process, these are what people said they would like to see there. Are any of these of interest to you? I mean, they're not the only thing that you could put there, but there are some ideas that the community thought was interesting and that we would like to see, and it gives you, and there's some options there for you. And so we've done that and that. Even, I mean, again, something you haven't seen yet, and you will soon see it, but it does do that. It defines there's 15 different of these sites that are identified in that location. So I mean, there's not to say there's not others that could be included in it, but there's 15 main ones, I think. So anyway.
I mean, I do think that we have to recognize that all we can do is make it possible for this sort of development to happen. We really can't. I mean, the reality is, in terms of an entertainment area, the Morro Bay Main Street intersection has kind of a leg up right now. It's in the process of developing. A number of establishments have upgraded. It's got the movie theater a block down the road. So you can say it'd be great if that happened, but it might not happen for another 30 or 40 years, so that's all you can do.
We've had the present document how long?
This will still be here in 30 or 40 years.
Yeah. All right, so we good to go on to J?
North Quintana.
So this is the North Quintana area. I don't know that we were proposing many changes over here. So it looks like we were talking about in this location changing parcels associated with the shopping center, which is currently mixed use, would be changed to service commercial, and so that's so the area where AutoZone and whatnot is. So this area, here changes.
Most of the rest of the area remains the same, it looks like.
Scott, do we know in the is the pad capacity built out for the parking requirements as they exist now in this zone?
So that shopping center has you see it here. It's a shopping center, but it has individual parcels, and they're owned by individual people, which is not great. And it's a little unclear to me. I've seen on a couple of maps where there either is or was a pad that was out there, that was out in front, kind of the auto zone area out there, that could be developed. I think the problem is combining all of the parking together because it's all on different lots. I'm sure there's some sort of reciprocal parking agreement that I've not actually seen, but I've looked for, that addresses what that's supposed to do and what it's supposed to be and who has what parking. But when I've talked to some of the individual owners, they said that doesn't exist. There's just an easement over it in general. And so I'm not really sure, what that means. I've not seen what the easement is, and I'm not sure if the people that I've talked to are correct or not. It seems odd, the whole way it's designed and broken up into pieces and whatnot. It might be clear once if I got a title report and see what was recorded. I guess I just haven't.
I guess the other thing, kind of concurrent with that, again, because of the proximity, if Highway 1 is our scenic corridor, this is one of our least, we have many unscenic segments along Highway 1, but this one's really problematic sometimes. And is there anything in the nature of the overlay district that comes with this that we can talk about, that responsibility of the owners to screen from Highway 1?
I think this is the perfect mechanism to start talking about that, because that site needs some help. It's got in the front of it's got a chain link fence in front of it, that's half fallen down in place. It looks awful. And so if we could put policies in place, I think that to encourage, require those types of things, and when things come forward to be redone, that we have them put in landscaping in the parking lots and add a tree or several, something along those lines to make it, to spruce it up. It would look much nicer. It seems to me that the collective ownership group there doesn't really talk much, from what I can tell. I don't know that for sure. A couple of the owners that I have talked to have told me that. So one side of the story, I'm sure. But
Scott, we had trouble where we had the Burger King or something come forward and trying to even introduce landscaping into existing parking lot. We didn't have the mechanism to do that. Mm-hmm. So that, I think that's important in at this point, is to create mechanisms where we can, if a project comes forward, that we can then have them create the 6-foot buffer zone landscape off of Quintana, and then also buffer from Highway 1. Because this is a really important area. And then it seems like that lower section there by Highway 1 and Main Street there in Quintana, that's not as much, right there isn't as much visitor serving commercial as it is industrial. So, there's a point where we can actually pick up some industrial usage, because the buildings are large enough to hold a screen printing. They're large enough to hold a foundry or a...
Yeah, our current service commercial designation, when you implement that through zoning, has been implemented in that area through light industrial.
Okay.
So it does accommodate that right now, unless you wanted to make it heavier industrial or something.
No, that would be fine, because that's...
Okay.
But that's where it's located. A lot of it is located, and just so long as it's...
Yeah, correct. And right now, the current land use, the umbrella on top, the implementing pieces of it, that it does talk about allowing those types of uses there as appropriate. Yeah. So, and then the current zoning that's in that is light industrial.
Because yeah.
But then, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Because that's a craft. That's actually developed into a craft, industrial area. There's several really highly talented people that are running businesses there.
Or C2.
Yeah. But if you can have light industrial zoning in the service commercial land use category, why do we need a light industrial land use category? which is the purple area that we were just talking about out by Highway 41.
Yeah, I mean, so on the zoning side of things, you're dealing with the M1 zoning, which is the light industrial, and then the C2 zoning, which is what's on top of this thing, allows the sort of transition into things that are sort of light industrial, but really also a little bit heavier commercial than C1. I mean, it's graduation. It's why you have zoning. You have zoning that tells you, like, you can do industrial over here, and light industrial is will allow you to do some of the things that are allowed in the heavy industrial, and some of the things that are allowed in the next category down, which is C2. And it's why you have conditionally permitted uses and primary or principally permitted uses.
But all I'm saying is that those gradations may be fine enough that we don't need to address them at the land use category level. They could be put into the zoning at the zoning level.
So I think potentially some of these areas could have different zoning on them. I mean, the shopping center could have a different zoning on it than the area that's down at the end here. It could all be under the same land use category, but you could have different zoning for here versus there potentially. I don't know they're going to have that, but it could. There's something that says you can't do that. It's just usually have the broader definitions underneath the land use categories, and then more specific definitions.
But if I'm confused, then the general public coming in is going to be really, if you have an area here that says light industrial, and over here you have another area that's service commercial, but when you get to the zoning level, that's really light industrial too. I just think we need to clean that up, is what I'm saying.
I think that's what we're supposed to do that. When we get it, I mean, our zoning code has problems with it. I mean, there are a lot of issues inside of it, and things that don't work really well, and so hopefully we're going to resolve a lot of the issues that are in there. I think that makes sense there too.
I mean, just to be succinct, what I guess I'm suggesting is maybe the service commercial and light industrial land use categories could be combined into one category, and then the distinction between the various areas within that could be specified in the zoning ordinance.
I think the uses are really things to protect people if they're thinking about an investment. I don't think. I keep thinking about what's the situation around the perimeter of some of the western part of Quintana down there. We've got some residential things that are built, but they're sort of at a different level. They're higher elevation, and Quintana there is down in kind of the flats. And I think the idea that I don't know if it's another category. You don't want to reinvent the wheel, but this idea that there's kind of an enterprise zone. We're looking for entrepreneurship, because commercial sounds like you're using it as a tax base to generate retail sales, but industry sounds like you're using it as a base to have employment at a higher end job. So it's kind of, is it somebody coming in to buy things and I'm going to tax the retail sale, or am I going to get the tax base of the person who's employed here, who's going to buy food on their way home? So to me, it doesn't matter which one it is, as long as it's not something that is just kind of a warehouse that nobody really works there, and you're just storing things that never get picked up. There's kind of a dead zone around it. So I don't know if we have that capacity with the way we call things, but I would imagine somebody with a car repair shop doesn't care if somebody comes next door that's got a veterinarian clinic, or somebody wants to come in and does some digital fabrication or something like that. Those things all seem to be kind of like Commissioner Lure is saying. These are craftspeople or people who have a respect for the small business entrepreneurship kind of thing. So I just want to make sure we don't. It's also the only place we have potential large footprints for any of these things, so I don't want to suggest we do anything that keeps people. This would be a place that wouldn't bother me if we had consolidation. I don't think in general downtown is someplace I want to see consolidation. This wouldn't bother me so much if there was some consolidation, but we have to be careful that we don't, create dead zones by not allowing some of the new thinking that comes up about how to apply technology or something else. So I'm kind of okay with it, as long as those things aren't prohibited.
And right now, most of those types of things would be allowed in these areas, and there's no proposal to change that. And I mean, we haven't gotten to zoning on this yet, but our zoning allows for a broad range of commercial uses in this area too, that are more along the lines of the things you talked about.
Scott, about we devolve into an individual individual site. The city's own site at the end of the Limos. I haven't seen a plot plan on that. Is that large enough to possibly have a park and ride spot there? And
So we've been approached, on a couple of different times on that. They wanted the city to donate it for that purpose. City was, the council made the decision to put it on the market and sell it. We have, over time, had various buyers interested in it. We have some right now that are interested in purchasing it. That's the direction that was given by the council, and so we're actively shopping it right now, and we have it listed. So, and again, was talking to somebody, our agent today about it. We wanted to see if we couldn't get the property that the corners delineated and stuff. I know they're over there because Limos had to set them, and there was it's a piece that was split off of it a long time ago that kind of sits in front of Limos. So I was talking to our Public Works Department, Rob Livick, city engineer, about getting that done, and so we're looking at doing something along those lines. So yes, that idea and concept has come up a couple of different times, specifically from SlowCog. But those all those endeavors have taken place after the city council, gave us marching orders to go see if anybody was interested in purchasing it, along with some other properties that we've sold. So.
Is there any alternative sites for a park and ride, or because it seems like that's where we need to have, in this zoning process, that we need to designate that an area that could develop for that and have EV charge points and.
Yeah, I think we've heard that a few times now. Adding some more charging stations in town and that type of thing. I think it'd be good that we include that discussion not only in the general plan, but also in the zoning code. And maybe have a standard for when we put them in, when we require them, and those types of things as it relates to parking. Maybe you get a reduction for parking if you put one in or something. I don't know. Incentivize them. Certainly we have 3 now. There's been talk about a couple of other ones coming in, but they haven't come forward yet. Talked to them preliminarily.
Okay. Go ahead.
I kind of go back to what Commissioner Lucas said. Or my understanding of it. I think we need to have more encouraging, for encouragement of business to business. And I think when you have it zoned light industrial, it kind of moves that conversation that way. And service commercial, to me, maybe just linguistics. I don't know, but.
So remember, this is land use. Zoning will implement it. So what you want to do, and so these are the land use categories that come in on the maps. When we bring those back with the language that tells you what all these things are going to be and what's in these areas, that's what you want to pay attention to make sure it adequately characterizes the things we want to see there. Because then that'll also lead into the next step, which is zoning, and then we get more finer grain with that. So right now, there's a large, as the current land use sits, it allows many different commercial uses. So there's nothing that I think that Commissioner Lucas talked about that isn't really allowed in that area. It does pick up those types of things because it has, the zoning right now is C2 on it. So I think those are conversations we'll have when we get to zoning for sure. But I think you just want to make sure that when we put the land use classifications together and the definitions of them, that they don't, disallow those types of things.
Yeah, but when we look at that, remember when we were looking at earlier the entryway from 41, and we're looking at light industrial there. So,
it just seems you could put it all together and just call it commercial/industrial. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think the service adds much, and because I don't even know what that means. And light industrial, that's pretty much what we're going to have.
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to have any.
We're not looking to.
We're not putting another power plant in.
GM's not coming.
Yeah, so.
So if anyone were thinking about building a kind of a small campus in Morro Bay, or an incubator, or a medical office space or something, they wouldn't be able to use the, I guess what was the old school that's designated residential high density, or would that be that's a large piece of property, which,
It's a large piece of property. It's owned by the school district. They use it to bring money into the school district. It's a unallocated fund, so they get to use it for whatever the heck they want. And so to this point, there hasn't been a whole lot of impetus on their part to, one, maintain the property. It's kind of run down if you go over there. Or to do anything that was, more interesting with the property, although we're sort of encouraging them to maybe think about some of those types of things at this point. We've been talking to them a little bit. Some of our council members have been anyway.
yeah, because I think of uses, usually they're restricted by the necessary population, but I think of a Trader Joe's, but I don't think we have a large enough population for that. But
You make Cindy very happy if she wants a Trader Joe's.
Just add up the entire North Coast area if you do.
yeah. But I keep hearing all these, the Cal Poly students that want to stay in the area, and I just have a feeling that proximity to the ocean, and proximity to that university, and high-tech incubators, but you'd need a campus that you could sort of design from the ground up, and this is an attractive, blank slate in which to design.
That's why we have the Tri-W site.
Well, I think, one of the things that I remember from that symposium that I went to, they talked about that it was at Kretz. It's in Long Beach, or that area. And what it is like where it's like a conglomerate. People get, like if you have an invention, you got a wood shop that you could work at, or different facilities to help. And a lot of times they're integrated with the schools. And so when we're looking at that kind of mentality, that we can bring that into Morro Bay, and then kind of like emerging technologies, emerging manufacturing opportunities, and then creating, kind of like future thinking, and having that environment.
Our land use classifications would allow for those types of things in many areas in town. It would depend on what's, specifically what they were doing, but yeah, we have areas in town where those types of things could go now. This is certainly stuff that's on the table and not prohibited by our zoning or our land use.
So Scott, but that site is a large site, a contiguous site that is not partitioned up with the grid anyway. So it becomes is it only high density residential, or could it be site planned as commercial or light industrial on that?
It could be a number of different things. That's the land use that's on it now. No one's ever suggested that we change it to anything else, and the school district isn't going to do anything with it.
Right.
We've been talking to them for a long time about it, and they have not changed their stance one bit. For lack of a better word, it's kind of their, it's their piggy bank that they get to go to, and it's unallocated funds, so they can use it to serve the district, which is now hitting big cuts because nuclear power plants shutting down, and so they have a plan over several years to account for the diminishing funds that we're going to get from that. So things like this become way more attractive to them. So maybe at some point it's attractive enough for them to do more with it.
Yeah, I was going to... I'm sorry.
Or attractive enough for them to sell it.
I don't know that I think it would have to be really attractive for them to sell it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But none of the uses that are currently there are high-density residential.
It's correct. It was a school.
So then how are they getting permits? How are they able to locate there if they don't fit the category, the zoning category?
I don't know. I haven't approved any of the uses in there.
It's a church now, right?
Well, that's one of the uses. There's a bunch of things going on.
there's a
Yeah, I mean, all
Montessori
the
school and everything else.
I know all the ones that I mean, I've had a couple of business licenses come across my desk that were, like Cindy was saying, replacing businesses that were just like the one that was there before. I don't know how those decisions were made in the
Like
past. I have to go back and do research. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know the answer. for it.
Fitness center
Yeah,
and a fitness center's in there also and stuff.
yeah. I mean,
How's a fitness center, high-density residential?
I don't know. I'm not sure how the decision was made, or whatever they're looking.
And uses are not grandfathered, right? I mean, the fact that there was an inconsistent use there previously, and another inconsistent use comes and applies, it's two different things, right? I mean, business X shuts down and business Y comes in, and they both have to qualify.
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure.
I think the zoning is all for there.
Yeah, I have to look at it. I don't remember.
People, how they got in there.
I don't remember what it is. I have to look.
One of the things I'd say, though, is that if the purpose of a lot of what we're doing is signaling to people what we would think is appropriate for there. And, we are sort of at we're feathering into residential, really nice residential areas there. And I'm thinking, if I'm putting my developer hat on, and if I'm the school board looking for somebody to come in here, one of the things I don't think we have in town that this size might be good for is something like elderly housing, which is going to be a massive need in the country. And I don't think we really have that scale of facility up here.
It is R4.
And I would think that would be a beautiful place to put a transitional elderly campus that you could walk to retail. You've got all the entertainment things. You're close to
If you don't,
the trolley ride down to the harbor. I mean, it's that type of thing that So I don't have any trouble with it being a high density residential. I don't think it just means we're going to have condos everywhere. I think it allows things like that, and you would find somebody with some. I think it does have enough square footage as a site that you could attract a really high-end provider if we, keep it intact. Don't try to make it do too many things.
But that's actually almost a unique site that it's encapsulated in itself, and it could be almost anything.
Yeah.
It could be a campus for, an incubator, high-tech campus. It could be a medical facility, a 3-story medical facility there. It could be almost anything, because you're bordering on the commercial on the one side, and you're isolated from the residential on the other side. So if there's some way that we could put a null and void sign on it and say, let's come up with some good ideas there, rather than lock it in as residential.
Cindy was saying, she goes, what about if you had a different classification that was mixed use that allowed for residential?
Mm-hmm.
So that opens up the door. If you're okay with that, we do need housing. So housing is not a bad thing to have there, and the location's probably fine for housing. So that works. Also, I think, like you said, a number of things could go there and fit in just fine. Without having some flexibility in the land use for the zoning that's there that accounts for that, you'd have to go through a land use change. And that's a long drawn out process, because it requires certification by coastal.
And we don't have large contiguous properties like that, or very many of them. We got the Tri-W plant, which we just talked about how bifurcated it is, and that's going to be a battle for anybody to put anything in there. And you've got the power plant, which you're dealing with a brownfield. Do we have very many other contiguous basically non-used properties in the city that would be of this size.
No.
So I think we.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I maybe have to disagree a little bit that housing's not a bad thing. I mean, we have to keep in mind here that residential is pretty much the easiest use to develop. You get in, you sell it, you get out. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. 66%, 65% of our population travels out of the city to go to work. We are a bedroom community. So what we have to, we don't have to encourage market rate housing. It happens spontaneously. Okay, that's what, 80% of the building permits that get applied for, maybe more.
Yeah, we have no commercial development. I mean, tenant improvements is pretty much it.
Yeah. So when we're looking at land use categories, what we have to, we kind of have to assume people are going to be looking at this to do residential development. If we want something else on the site, we have to say so.
Yes and no. We've already said what this is going to be. We have a housing element that says this is high density residential, and it's a piece of property that sets and gets us to our RENA numbers. At some point, I mean, the legislature right now is looking to mandate housing. So if they come into this location, say somebody acquired this and they wanted to build housing on it, they're pushing legislation through right now that's going to mandate us to allow it to be approved without a discretionary review. So, I mean, yeah, it's an interesting landscape right now for that. It's not enough that your housing element accommodates the number of units you're supposed to provide. You actually have to build them, or they're trying to say that now. My only point behind that is it becomes very difficult if we were to say, hey, we're going to remove this entire R4 property and turn it to commercial so you couldn't have housing there. We'd probably run into a problem with consistency with our housing element. So why I was saying is no problem. We want to call it something else that allows housing and commercial. That's probably okay because we can probably still get there if we keep the densities close to what we have in our housing element.
But Scott, aren't we going to be adding a tremendous amount of housing capacity in the downtown area by going to mixed use in some of these areas that are commercial, or allowing or changing the ordinance to allow upstairs residential where we have only commercial now?
I don't know how much we're be adding. I mean, we'll be adding some, yes.
What about
again? We have problems. When you take high density housing out of it, it's how we hit our numbers in our housing element. It's how we have a certified housing element. Mm-hmm. And you get rid of this thing, I know immediately we're going to have a problem because our numbers aren't going to pencil out. And as soon as we're done with this process, we go right into the housing element update again, and we'll be seeing whether the legislature's made headway with those policies or not. It's a little scary right now looking at some of the stuff they have going on, though.
But we're also looking at the Chevron property where you're going to have some mitigation going on in the development over there by Panorama, right? Or is that not?
I mean, from housing standpoint, I mean, we might, depending on how this goes, and that's one of the slides coming up here, so you'll see it, and we can talk about it a little bit. But we're not going to add a bunch of housing as a result of that. A little bit, yes, but a bunch, no.
I mean, I was just trying to compare. It strikes me looking at Google Earth that the North Main Street high density that we talked about west of Del Mar Park looks to be a hair larger than this parcel if you include the school building and the parking lots and things like that. So, if we committed to putting some residential up there, and then we have some of this overlay residential that we're talking about in the downtown that's new, I don't see a need to restrict this to residential at all. I think the idea of opening it up as a, part of the entrepreneurial zone is a good idea. But I do think somebody would put some kind of quality housing there at some point. I think it's an easy one to envision.
Oh, the Texaco site's the Texaco site. That's also our. Yeah, it's already in the arena as well. It's already counted as high density residential.
Couple of details. The community center is not really high density housing, right? It's a public facility.
It is a public facility.
So,
and I think we pointed this out to them before. I'm not sure if that's one of the things they're changing or not.
And the other thing is, somehow in this whole process, I really think that the original Morro Bay Elementary building is worthy of preservation. It's to me, it's an historic structure, and somehow we need to recognize that, that this is worth keeping. The 1950s buildings don't appeal to me so much, but the original building, I think, is important.
Are we good here?
I think so. Well, guys, we've been at this for 3 hours. Should we take 10?
Yeah, take it. You want to?
Yeah. It's
Oh, there we go.
Okay, welcome back to our continued meeting and our continued discussion of the various land use categories for the general plan. And I think we're moving on to some of the study areas now.
Yeah, so we're moving on to the study areas. So these are areas that are outside the existing city limits. So one of the more interesting ones. This is, includes the Chevron properties outside of the city to the north end. You see two alternatives on the board there. The difference between the two is these lots here, the proposal is to include them into the city's sphere of influence. And you have the light green up here. Option would be to have those land use designation be open space recreation. And in the preferred alternative, it would be agricultural. And the areas that would be coming inside would also be agricultural, which would allow for one house per lot from a development standpoint. There's been active conversations with Chevron. Obviously, they're in the process of divesting themselves of their property out there. They've been talking with some of the conservation groups, Trust for Public Lands, Cayucas Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo, Morro Bay Open Space Alliance, about preserving those and potentially provide those lots out in the, this whole property, and then providing access to it. They have some of the lots on the north side of Toro Creek are for sale or have been purchased. The Cayucas Community Services District has purchased 2 of them to put their wastewater treatment plant on. But we're not, again, the preferred alternative is to include all of the properties into the planning area, and then these 7 in the 7 in the sphere of influence. Oh, no, 6, sorry. Lots 33, 34, 36, 38, 40, and 41. Comments? Questions?
I guess one of the things I'm most concerned about is what is Chevron's holdings on here? Because those 2 parcels that go down to Route 41 aren't part of Chevron's holdings.
Yeah, those are not. It starts here and goes up like this.
Okay, so it's
this
that
is that's Rigetti.
Yeah.
And McIlvain.
And then does the Rigetti come over into that little keystone to the left?
Yeah, we have tank sites. We have tanks up there,
Right.
I think.
But
we lease it.
Yeah.
We currently lease that property.
And then we didn't have anybody here, unfortunately. I know is what the Open Space Alliance has been trying to do, is that part of the record somewhere else from the testimony? It's probably from on the
So
general plan.
there's a lot of moving parts to it. I've been involved with it from sort of the very beginning. We've met numerous times with the conservation groups and county parks and Supervisor Gibson and the mayor. The mayor and Councilmember Davis are the 2 members on the council subcommittee to deal with this property. So they're looking at conservation plays on it right now, and it could look like purchasing some of it, and it could look like preserving some of it and suggesting that we move density in locations. One of the places they've suggested moving some of the density for some of these other lots out here is down along the edge of Panorama. That's not shown in these, and wouldn't be until conservation groups and Chevron were to engage the city of Morro Bay and its citizens in that discussion. So certainly things could change in the future, and that's one of the things they talked about was moving some of that density from up there down to along the area along Panorama. But that is not what's proposed here. It's simply to include in the sphere of influence the 6 lots that are the backdrop of the city. Reason behind that is to have the city have some say in what happens there, to preserve the backdrop to the city, and then for us to develop policies that would direct housing in those areas, not towards the top of those lots, but towards the bottom of those lots. So again, the hillsides are being preserved. That's kind of been the gist of the conversations we've been having on it to this point.
My biggest concern is that I'll just say it. I don't trust the county to do the right thing if it's not in our sphere. I think at one point I would have said I'm happy the county has something in its sphere instead of us, but not now. I see what they're doing, proposing things outside of your old stomping grounds, and I see Santa Margarita Ranch. I see all these things, and my sense is especially the two parcels that we looked at for the wastewater treatment plant, I don't think the residents that opposed it there understand what the county is capable of doing to those lots. And it's going to be significantly more. So I'm actually for getting things in our sphere. I just don't know what's involved in our commitment to allow development once they're in our sphere. What do we have to acknowledge in terms of bringing something in the sphere?
So if you bring it into your sphere, you're acknowledging that those properties could be annexed into the city and developed, and you would provide them service. So there's a little bit of a trade-off, right? So these are in the county right now. We don't have to provide them services. We would probably have to provide some services if they developed, but police and fire. But we were saying we would provide services to those. What's the benefit that we get? Well, the benefit we get is we get to say what gets developed there. We get to write that into our general plan. So when it comes in, it tells you, yep, you get one house per lot, and you have to locate those down towards the bottom of the lot. And the benefit that we get by making those directions is we get to tell the story about where it is, and we get to preserve our backdrop. The benefit that anybody buying those lots would get is they get city services as opposed to having to develop out in the county. They stuck straws in the ground over here and came up dry. That was before the rain. So they didn't get water out of a couple of those lots. I don't know if they tested all of them. I know they did dug wells on a couple of them. But overall, those lots all have water rights that they could put infrastructure in and put pipes to them and develop them in the county with one house. So I don't know that that's a real deterrent or not. I think the best part about it is it helps us, tell the story about what should be behind us in that location. The backdrop of the hills over there are fairly spectacular, I think most people would say, and having a say in that I think is important, and that's what's come out of the input that we've had from the public to this point and from our general plan advisory committee.
I guess what I don't understand, following up on that, is why didn't we suggest going all the way to the ridge line then, if we're really interested in the...
So that's a very good question. So there is one ridge here, and then a second one that's up here with these other row of lots. The GPAC was looking at that, and that was one of the alternatives, but ultimately in the end they pulled back and said, we'd rather just do the ones around us, and that's it. And that's where this recommendation for the preferred alternative comes from. It did, though, for much of the discussion include these lots here, and then at one point it included these lots, lot 15, and I think the one over here at the entrance to the facility.
But I have to say that wasn't a real strong recommendation from the GPAC. It was sort of, let's,
Well, there was a lot of discussion about that. I mean, that's a good point. There was a lot of discussion that went back and forth, which is why we had the other alternative that included these other lots. And but in the end, the general direction was we prefer just the original, ones that abut the city, and that's where we went. So that it's not something that's out of the realm from the discussion standpoint, because we did talk about those other lots up there. There is a dual ridge. It goes up, goes back down, and then it goes back up on those lots, which is why I initially had the consultant include them, because when you go out there, you can see that there would be impacts if those were developed with houses, because invariably they would put the houses up high on those lots, which would make them visible. I've had other people say, county ridgeline development standards prohibit that. I called the county, and they're like, no, they could put them right at the top because it's not at the actual top. And I was like, there you go.
All you have to do is look who opposed those sightline pieces, and they're all in power in the county government now. And I have no confidence any of those aesthetic things is going to be enforced. And it doesn't matter what our supervisor says, that he's not in the majority. And that's a political thing, but that's the reality. The biggest thing we have to gain is what our city looks like as you drive down from Cayucas toward us. And I think it's a catastrophic mistake not to at least extend the discussion of what that hill face looks like. We talk about this because we're not making any commitments tonight. I just can't imagine why we're not going to the ridge. That's just my own personal opinion. There could be really valid reasons. And if we're talking about my own guess was the two parcels on 41, they weren't one house parcels. They had more capacity than that, didn't they?
What was the question?
The two parcels on Route 41, the Rigetti parcel and the other one, those were significantly more than just one house parcels, weren't they?
They could have two. Under the ones that are the ones in the areas inside the coastal zone can have one house. Outside the coastal zone, you can have two.
Okay.
It's interesting because I saw the property on Saturday, and the Chevron people are saying, with respect to that ridge, they actually have plans for 15 lots. The lots would go all the way to the ridge. The building would be at the lower level, and the rest would be some kind of a conservancy if they could, in fact, find the buyer for the right price.
I'd like to take a step back for a second. I'd like everybody to look at page 61 on the attachment, the land use alternatives memo that was discussed by GPAC. And look at alternative 2, land use, which shows an area of visitor serving commercial down adjacent to Highway 1, and which is the red area with the cross hatching on it. And yeah. And when we discussed this at GPAC, I was sort of like, that's crazy. I definitely couldn't see that. But going out and actually looking at the property made a huge difference in my thinking, because that area is not visible from Highway 1, not visible from any residential area within the city. It's relatively flat, does not extend up any of the hillsides. And, we've been talking for years and years and years here in Morro Bay about a conference center. And the reality is, there's no existing spot in town that can accommodate a conference center. I mean, let's face it, Morro Bay is not going to tolerate the LAX Marriott. They're not going for a 14-story hotel conference center in Morro Bay. And so in order to have a conference center that is low rise, you need a big area of land. This is an area that could accommodate a conference center similar to Asilomar, or a low-rise, non-intensive development type conference center. It could offer horseback riding if they wanted to. They could have a little 3-hole golf course if they wanted. I mean, there's enough space to do the kind of things that might make a conference center attractive. So in addition, of course, the monetary potential for that kind of development could significantly mitigate the acquisition costs for the open space. In other words, that could be a big chunk of the. I mean, Chevron is upfront about it. They want to get $30 million for this property. That could be a big chunk of the $30 million to acquire the entire property. It could have access to the ocean. I mean, going underneath Highway 1, they're willing to work with Caltrans to do that when they rebuild the bridge there. Could provide public parking for beach access. They're willing to do that. And it could also, provide amenities for all the open space. I mean, it would be great to be able to do a bicycle ride around this area and then come back down there and get a Coke and a hot dog or whatever you want. So I just would like to keep that under that concept under discussion. Having gone out and looked at the property and looked at what would be the potential here. I mean, I honestly don't know I honestly don't know if the whole idea of a conference center has any viability in Morro Bay. We've got a lot of challenges. We're not next to a population center. Okay, typically about 40% of conference attendees come from the local area. We don't have. It's 45 minutes from the nearest airport, which is a challenge. So, but if that's a viable concept, this is one of the two places in town that could accommodate it. The other one being the power plant property. So, if we're serious about the concept, this warrants consideration. If the concept is not viable, we should stop talking about it.
These are the maps that Chevron provided related to what they were looking at, and it actually covers. It has. There's two options here, and so in that it picks up that lot 15 that's right there, and it picks up that upper tier, and this little area down here in yellow was the area where they talked about moving density for some of the other development up here down in that location. So that was what I was referring to before. I'd forgotten that we had this slide further down in the deck. So, and then this is the area that Chair Teft was talking about for the commercial area, the visitor serving commercial area.
Are those parcels of record, all those different lot sizes? So they haven't looked at trying to reparcelize the thing at all?
No, they have active land. They have active lot line adjustment applications in front of the county right now. How active is a question. And they submitted them, and one of them didn't go anywhere. That was with the previous county board of supervisors, though, and then now they have another one, and certainly different supervisors. So I don't know. I think it might be just in a little bit of a holding pattern right now, but I think what it's doing is realigning some of the lots over in this location to get them down to the road as an option.
And if my memory serves me, they were large divisions. They looked like 200-acre parcels, and
that's correct.
And they're currently about 700-acre parcels, and 2/3 would be part of this conservation effort, and 1/3 would be sold privately.
Hey, Scott, isn't this currently zoned ag? A lot of it?
Yeah, so most of the area that's out here, in the green is ag, either inside or outside the coastal zone. The proposal here would just leave it that way. Bring it into with the piece that's in the sphere of influence would also be ag, one house per lot. This, alternative shows you the upper lots that were included when GPAC was looking at it at one point. So there's these four, and then this lot 15 was one of the ones that was also in there, and so you see that there. And then this is the entry parcels that are here in the beginning that could be visitor serving. And so this was the proposal that Chevron was showing the General Plan Advisory Committee.
Yeah. So looking at this one here, you got that little yellow strip right above Panorama, right? Mm-hmm. And what? Just a round figure. How many houses? How many houses would that be accommodating? Here's a two-part question, because one of them is that, and then the other is that there's a landslide issues there that we've had. Now I know that you could engineer things around that, but those are a little challenging, aren't they?
So, yeah, I think that's why, and they know that, and so that's why they showed it kind of all spread out along here, because they don't exactly know what that's going to look like because of that issue.
Okay.
There's landslide issues in some locations over there, but not all over all of it.
Right.
That you can, by sinking in caissons and doing things like that, mm-hmm. sometimes eliminate those issues, but you might want to just avoid them altogether, and so they showed, all this area right abutting sort of the Panorama area there, because they said, hey, it could be anywhere in here. We could put some of that density in it. And they talked about limiting, lot sizes to a certain number and so forth. So that was the conversation, and then getting preservation and access, in return for us accepting, I don't know, 15, 20 houses right there or something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. You're not talking about hundreds of, I mean, you're not talking about 100 homes.
No.
Are you talking about like mitigating one for one, like mitigating a buildable lot? Aren't those, like those little dots on top, those are buildable, theoretically buildable lots, right?
Yeah,
Where the tanks
so these
were?
ones up here on top are the locations where the tanks were.
Right.
And they're actual lots, which is
Right.
interesting. I've never seen that before.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean, that's what they've come forward and said. But this was I think the conversation we had when they talked to GPAC was 20, 21 lots at the most. I don't remember them.
Yeah, they were
saying
talking
more.
about half-acre lots.
Yeah.
Okay. That answers a lot of questions. And the other thing that I was wondering is when by Lift Station 5 there, of Cayucas' Lift Station 5, the northernmost little sliver that we own, the city limit, okay, the more northern city. They're talking about like a visitor, keeping something zoned M1 or something like that there, right? And then they were talking about...
We have existing property out there that's, what is it?
But I mean, I think that they were talking about that they wanted to keep that lot. When I went on that tour, I asked, and maybe I misunderstood, so I want to get some clarity. But they were talking about Chevron keeping that lot and then maybe mitigating, so we supply service to them, and then they would be able to develop either. Well, they said anything from a hotel to a campground.
So we in that area that Chair Teff was talking about, the entryway there. One of the things that's been discussed with the conservation groups is, hey, can we put a campground potentially there? We talked about that with the General Plan Advisory Committee as well, and recognizing that, or if you had a hotel there or something, could be something that generates money that could even offset the cost of providing access to the area, because the Pismo Preserve is 1,000 acres, okay, and they were able to. The San Luis Obispo Land Conservancy was able to, acquire the rights to that and conserve it. But what they've not been able to do, because they don't have enough funding, is to provide permanent public access out there. You have to go on docent-led walks, and that's 1,000 acres out there. This is 3,000 acres. So you need something that helps pay the bills to maintain the trail system that you put in and things like that. So doing something here makes sense from the standpoint of if you really want to have access out there, and if you've been out there, it's amazing. Once in a life, I mean, it's thrown around a lot, but that kind of really is a once in a lifetime opportunity. And if you could provide public access, fantastic. But under the processes that are in place now, I don't know that we would ever get access. You get preservation maybe, but access is a bigger issue, and the San Luis Obispo Land Conservancy can speak directly to that because they've not been able to open up the preserve property, and I don't know that that's coming anytime soon. It's only through docent-led walks at this point. So 1,000 acres is preserved, and that's fantastic. But the original envision was, people can go out there, and you really can't.
So to be clear, what we would do is part of the deal of getting access to this property
and preservation.
Yeah, right. We would provide service. Chevron would own that hotel or whatever, and we provide service to them, or
not necessarily. No, it could be it could be in the city and developed by a private developer or something along those lines.
Chevron wants to sell it. They don't
Chevron
want to
doesn't. Chevron wants to. They
don't want to be in the development business.
Okay,
they want to be done and again, divesting themselves of this property and in whatever way makes them the amount of money that they need to hit, which is the $30 million that Chair Teff referenced. Mm-hmm. And then looking at what that looks like. Sometimes that's Trust for Public Land comes up with a bunch of money, and here's some money there, and that gets you X number of lots, and then, hey, City of Morro Bay, would you be interested in us trading, doing a little horse trading for the lots and the density down here, and then you could preserve the rest of it, and you could have paths and trails that run right up out there from the City of Morro Bay.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be fantastic? I mean, that's kind of what they've been talking to everybody about.
Okay, so, because I'm kind of sometimes get spun on all the ideas, but so one of the things that what you're saying is, okay, it's one thing to preserve. But then there's another thing is to have public access and practical public access, okay? And then in order to have that, you have to have some kind of a revenue stream to maintain that public access, and that's why we're talking maybe having a visitor serving or a conference center or something to help financially facilitate those aspects.
Yeah, and so that when the conversation was sort of circling around with the GPAC, they weren't so interested in a hotel there. They were more accepting of like a campground or something along those lines. And then at the end, they just said, just look at the lots around the edge. And I think, I don't know, maybe Chair Taft has a different take on it. I think maybe they just figured that's probably that whole conversation will take place and something will happen later on. And council and so forth will make decisions like that. We want to protect the backdrop immediately. This does that. We're done.
Well, I also think that at the time that GPAC was discussing this, it was when Chevron was just starting to give the tours. So
yeah.
I think very few of the GPAC members, maybe two of us, had actually seen the property at the time that discussion was going on.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes all the difference to go out there.
Yeah. One other issue with just to be clear on this alternative 3, the alternative 3 also has lot number 6, which is on the west side of Highway 1, being redesignated as visitor serving. I'm not supporting that.
So we don't have so we're not proposing that. That's what GPAC looked at. We gave that to you because that was what. The input that was derived from GPAC formed the preferred alternatives that you're seeing here today. We really were just looking at these two options. If the commission's interested in maybe looking at those other lots, at least Commissioner Lucas seemed to be, for preservation purposes, that would be really good input for you to provide to us. If you are interested in some sort of commercial use there and you think that's worthwhile too, well, we would like to know that. If you're not, I would like to know that.
Well, Scott, it seems like all of this is going to get tied up with the Coastal Commission either way.
Coastal Commission's tracking all of it. They know. They talk to us fairly regularly and ask about it.
So what's your feel for that as far as visitor serving commercial in that lower area?
Coastal's all about visitor serving, access. So it would need to be reasonable and make sense. But I don't necessarily think that they would have an issue if it's visitor serving because that's what they're about, access to the coast.
Good. The other thing, too, is as far as sphere of influence, we had these spheres of influences before, and they were taken from us. So
been in contact with LAFCO. They're all on board. They don't have issues with this as much. They think this, from a preservation standpoint, makes sense.
And the other sphere of influences, the other spheres, the other tracks.
So this is not sphere of influence. This is planning area. They don't get to say anything about that. This is sphere of influence, and LAFCO has control over that. And they didn't seem to have a headache with it. They understood what the reasoning behind it was. It's why this helps you tell the story. So why you want to do it is because you want to say what can go there. LAFCO doesn't have a problem with that. They're like, yeah, you're not changing densities or anything. And even the conservation play, they were like, if you could work that out, that'd be pretty interesting. It doesn't say what the LAFCO board would do or what the county board of supervisors would say, but because they get a say in it too. But in general, LAFCO was supportive of us going through this process anyway.
So how would we gain control of the property without an outright purchase to rezone it or replan it?
So once you put it in the sphere of influence, anybody that would purchase those individual lots would probably want to come into the city because they're going to want city water and city services. They don't have to come in, but they probably would. The interesting part is once you put it in your sphere of influence and everybody says that's okay, they don't have to come and ask us again. The annexation process can actually take place with LAFCO outside of the city doing anything. I don't know that they would do that, but we've already said, yeah, you can come in and we'll provide services to you underneath these circumstances. And so LAFCO's like, there you go, that's fine. We can. And so somebody would just go directly with their annexation request and go to LAFCO and go, here, I'd like to annex. And they could do that. We also have a memorandum of agreement that we're working on right now that talks about all of these types of things. So we're updating that right now too. So I mean, we have ongoing current talks with LAFCO. No issues.
Well, basically, I would be for controlling as much of it as possible, and we would need a some kind of value enhancement stream of revenue to do anything with it. So I could see a highly focused specific plan or a zoning overlay for that area to then be able to finance the open space.
Question. It strikes me that Morro Bay should ally itself with whatever group of organizations are trying to acquire the property. And then the question is, what gives us more advantage, if any? Would we annex the whole 3,000 acres, or would we not annex any of it until a kind of a purchase or idea had been, coalesced?
I don't know that the city, not to say that it couldn't, I don't know that the city would ever annex the whole 3,000 acres. I think it would be the way that discussions have gone to this point. It's been a mix of opportunities for preservation that has the Trust for Public Lands. TPL is important because they can go out and get money. And so they go out and they can go get money and they can say, hey, let's prioritize the lots here that we want to get. And they can buy those lots. And then they could buy a bunch of lots and just put conservation easements on them and then sell them to people to build a house on if they want. I don't know that we would ever annex the whole thing. I think it makes sense to look at the areas that are right adjacent to us so we have control over that. And if there was a conservation play that looks like this, where they come forward and say, yeah, here, bring these lots in and move all the density down in this little yellow area here, that might make sense. I mean, I can see that eventually something similar to this coming forward. And that being like they have it's a combination where Trust for Public Land and the other conservation groups have assembled some money to purchase X, Y, and Z outright. And then they purchase them, put conservation easements over them and sell them back off. And then, or they maintain them, just depending on how that works. And then these areas get traded for, development rights in the yellow area there. The city says yay, and then so that area all gets preserved and access is provided. Or the city says no, we're not interested in that, and we don't do it.
But I don't know if my question probably wasn't even that complex. It was is whether we annex all or any of it sort of neutral, or does it convey an advantage to the entity that's trying to acquire? Because I'm listening to Michael's words, and if he doesn't have confidence in the supervisors of San Luis Obispo County, it might be tougher for Chevron to do something with the property if we had more of a say in how it was used.
So, my preference, if you want to preserve things and you want to have control over what happens in areas like this that are the backdrop to the city, then you go do that. And so so my advocacy in this is showing that and telling that story to the GPAC, because that's where I've been talking about this at. And they made decisions, with public input and workshops and so forth, and came out with that as the preferred alternative. Clearly, they were talking about this over here and the area in the entranceway as part of that conversation too. I mean, Chair Teff, described that, perfectly. Those were the conversations that were happening. And so these are the backdrop to the city. There are two hills. There's a ridge there and up here where houses could be placed that would be, that would impact the views behind the city. And I would think we wouldn't want to see things there.
I agree, but I just suspect that it would be a help to the partnership trying to acquire the property if we had if Morro Bay, in fact, annexes a significant portion of it.
Yes.
That's what I was getting
It
at.
makes them more easy to develop. It provides services to them. You want to have services from the city versus having no services. They would have to form some kind of water district out here and provide water lines to these lots, because several of them in this area right here, when they dug wells, they didn't get water. So they would have to come up with something else that pulls water down from by the creek or something. They do have water rights there, so they can do that. It's a lot of hassle. I mean, Chevron literally wants to be like, hey, I want to sell all these things off and walk out of here. We're done here. And and so that's not something they're interested in, forming a water district and then having it, enough folks out there to maintain it and so forth. They're not really interested in that.
So I know we only have a certain number of things on the table here that we're looking at, but is what you're saying that in the preferred alternative on page 40, the one on the left, that GPAC thought Chevron would keep everything in ag up there, and we would allow 6 parcels to be developed with 1 house each?
So this is the immediate backdrop behind this. That's the hillside that's right behind those. They said that seemed to be the most critical to them, and that's kind of where they went with that. And so that's why the alternative is what it is. Certainly they were considering other things as part of that whole conversation. And then at the end, they just sort of went with that. So
in that case, did we have any reaction from the people talking with Chevron about that being satisfactory? My sense is that's not going to be a viable solution.
So the resource protection folks, they're going to negotiate through this process and come out with options. And when they do that, when they get down and they're like, yep, I think we can all agree on this, they will come out and they'll come meet with the citizens of Morro Bay, and Morro Bay will tell them what they're okay with and what they're not. I mean, that's one thing we don't have a problem with here, is people telling us their opinions. And so they'll either be okay with the deal or they won't be, and we'll know that. And if it ends up being they're okay, and it ends up looking, if I can get this thing to change, like that, and the density for 20 houses ends up right along here, and we get to preserve the rest of it and get access, and everybody's fine with it, then great, that happens.
I guess that was the other question I had, is if we look at this one, which I don't think we have that one in this package.
It's not. It's part of the bigger packet, I think.
Kind of between alternative 1 and 2 on page 61.
It's part of the GPAC one, I think.
Okay, but I guess the thing about this one I wanted to verify from what's been implied. The yellow is where the building would be. Those other lots that are in blue, I guess, those are now preserved.
Yes.
There are no single houses on those.
Correct.
So you build on the yellow along Panorama, and you get the hillside all the way to the ridge, the second ridge.
Yes. And there could be more, right? They could go further back and preserve more. I mean, or the resource agency, resource folks that are out there could buy some of the lots out there. Just depend. It's going to be a mixed bag of a solution, but that's basically what that conversation was. It says immediately you could do this, and those yellow areas could accommodate more houses if you were interested in taking more to preserve more land. But they thought, hey, these ones were where you were talking about, so we could do this. This is what it would look like. You've been saying this is what you want to have happen. This is what it looks like. Here you go.
And I know there's no design, but is that yellow implying kind of a 1-lot density off of the edge streets? We're not talking about additional streets going back in with cul-de-sacs and things like that.
We will. I mean, you don't. Again, because of the constraints that are out there with the slope issues, it could be private driveways that go back out there, because they're large lots. So you could have an easement that goes across a couple of them, and it provides access to a couple of them. You wouldn't want to have a whole bunch of those.
But I'm talking about if those are preserved, nobody's driving through that at all, right?
No, they'd be driving through the area that's in yellow.
To get to what?
To the lots that are there. There's probably a driveway that goes back.
That's what I was saying. I thought we'd save those from being developed if we do the yellow.
The driveway would be in the yellow.
I'm totally lost now.
Yeah, so you would go up. I mean, they're adjacent to us. You would gain access to them right there. Is it a driveway or is it individual access points? I mean, don't know. I mean, we haven't gotten that level
There
yet.
might be a lot that doesn't have direct access onto Panorama, and so there'd be a driveway easement going across a different lot, but all in the yellow.
I mean, once we got down to this point and they wanted to do this, they'd have to go through and do the analysis for the geologic study to see if it was, feasible, or where the houses should go, for that matter.
I mean, people understand what the density of North Morro Bay is now, and that yellow zone is implying less density than is North Morro Bay now.
Far less.
Okay.
But it's additional houses. So, I mean, you have to be willing to accept additional houses, and I'm sure, some folks won't like that. So.
And also, from the map that I saw, it was peculiar in that, at least they were saying that the house would be situated at the bottom of the hill, but the lot lines would run all the way up to the, so while it was a half an acre, I didn't think most of the land was really usable for construction.
Wouldn't it be useful, though, you described the process, that the conservancy groups would be negotiating, but wouldn't it be useful for them to know in advance what the city of Morro Bay would support and what we wouldn't support? In other words, it seems to me that if the city, through this process, through the GPAC and then through this and then through the city council, says, we kind of like the idea of having a visitor serving use out there on that red parcel, that makes a difference in the way in what they negotiate for them,
Oh yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, that's sort of regardless of what the city's position has been at any given time. I've gone and met with all of them, and that's part of the conversation that they've had with Chevron is some sort of commercial use. To this end, it seems like most of the conservation groups, though, weren't interested in hotels out there, but more along the lines of campgrounds and things like that. But again, that's just that's conversation.
And of course, those two uses are not mutually exclusive. You can have a hotel with an associated campground.
Absolutely, yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
But,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, but under the scheme that we have in front of us, we've specifically excluded that zone that they're speaking about as commercial.
Yeah, so that and the upper tier of lots too. I mean, if you go to this one where it has the lot 15 in there, the upper tier is these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the commercial area there.
Yeah.
Those are not on the map. That's the preferred alternative.
So they could go ahead and do the commercial, and we'd have nothing to say about it because we aren't including that in our sphere of influence.
Yeah, the preservation, play, could be through the county and the county could let them do it. They could put a campground there. I mean, I was sitting right there with state parks. They were like, yeah, we could do that. We could have a campground there. I mean, with county parks, I'm sorry. But yeah, state parks didn't want any part of it. They don't have any money.
I guess my concern is if we're going to talk about it, this is our key gateway.
It's why I'm saying if you want to add these in to the conversation, feel free.
I don't care if we shoot ourselves in the foot, but I'd hate to see us not attempt to get something in the sphere of influence and then somebody else control what goes there, and it screws it up for us. That's too significant a parcel. Mm-hmm. And if we ring it with campgrounds, that's one thing. But if somebody puts some conference center there that we don't have any input in, that's where I'm so torn about what's the right thing to do. Because it strikes me as if we want to have a say in it, we've got to put it in the sphere of influence. And why would we not put everything in the sphere of influence that doesn't have an aesthetic impact on the way that we're perceived as a city? Mm-hmm. So I'd almost say I'd want to at least keep in play the red, the blue, and the yellow, and maybe not the green. Does that make any sense?
I think so. It does. I mean, what do the rest of you think?
I would agree. And put simply, anything that Chevron thinks they might develop other than as agricultural, okay, I think we should put that into our sphere of influence. And that would be a major assistance, I think, also in the negotiations by these NGOs to acquire the property.
Sure. Any objections to those thoughts?
No, I would agree with this map, especially if the green area, as I understand, is in conservation easement.
Okay, yeah, all right. So that's the information that we'll convey to council. That'll be part of the staff report that we finish writing up tomorrow.
Just one other kind of semi-separate issue, but it seems to me that depending on the alternative that the council supports, it might also be possible to negotiate, because Chevron owns this property right now. They can do whatever they want with it, okay? It seems to me it might also be possible to negotiate into this bargain conservation easements on the other lots, okay, so that there won't be houses built on those.
Yeah.
You know, in other words, if they get enough value out of this little red lot down here, they can afford to do that, you know, and then, because, I mean, let's face it, guys, these are gigundo pieces of property with one little house on them. The value here is not in the house, it's in the land, okay? And with a conservation easement can be negotiated so that grazing is allowed, so that, you know, so that certain, you know, non-construction activities can occur. And grazing is good on this property because otherwise the grass gets really long. But it seems to me that we as a city would like to take the position that we would like to see that conservation easement negotiated into the grand bargain that happens with Chevron.
And that's literally the conversations that are happening right now. It's literally things like that. It's we were happy when they told us what the number was, because $30 million is like, wow, it's still $30 million, but for 3,000 acres, we're like, okay, that seems like that doesn't seem out of the realm, you know. And so how do you negotiate and make that happen? It's, you know, what can they get out of it to preserve the rest? And so it's been the conversations that the conservation groups have been having, to my understanding, has been all of the things that you just talked about, is how do we get close to their number and then get the preservation that we're looking for, and they get some rights to do something. Yeah. That's where it's all been. And so they haven't come out to meet with the public, so they haven't resolved all of the issues yet to that point.
But I'm sorry.
No. So, Scott, what about as far as agricultural easement on it? Are we talking intensive agriculture? Are we talking orchards or vineyards or?
Most of it. I mean, I think there's some grazing leases out there right along the road. There's a couple places that have some row crops, so they must have leased some land at some point to them. Not super intense uses out there right now. No one's even suggested that I'm aware of anything, you know, more intense. So, I mean, again, something that would come out of the negotiations, but it's not been something that's been brought forward so far. I've been in several of these meetings.
Because it make a big difference whether it's grazing or whether it's vineyards. If you've got trellises all on 30,000 acres, it's not going to look the same as if you had grazing.
Correct. So, I mean, if we're all comfortable, then this is the sort of idea that we would say, hey, we want to add in these, you know, these areas, you know, that are the entryway for potential commercial use, and then these lots here. And
I can't see the details from here, Scott, but if we're endorsing this concept, the lot 6 on the west side of Highway 1, I can't see from here if it's included in the Vista serving commercial, or if it's, I think we all would agree that needs to stay open space.
Correct. And so, and Chevron, in the conversation we've had with them, has agreed to that.
Yeah.
They don't have an issue.
The only access to it is a private road anyway, so a narrow private road. So what are they going to do with it?
They've understood that that's the desire, to preserve those anyway. So I think we're pretty good there.
Dog Beach.
That is, it's the top of the Dog Beach.
Oops.
Yeah, I think we want to put the big asterisks on that. We're not endorsing that we think it should be commercial, necessarily.
Fair enough, but it be in our control in the sphere of influence.
I'm not saying, let's get Trump in there to do a hotel. I don't think so. You know, we're talking that the lowest possible commercial.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I didn't mean to move on. Are we good there with the direction? Do you want more?
I might disagree a little bit with the designation of the lowest possible. I mean, I think that's open to negotiation. I think that I think that's part of the process as to exactly what, in other words, would a riding stable be okay? Would, I think the level of development is something that
So, I mean, I can characterize it like this and see if this works for you. That we would include it in the sphere, and that that the commission would be open to some type of commercial development potentially. Visitor serving. Is that okay? You guys, what do you think?
There was disagreement about the level of intensity of the commercial development. How's that?
I mean, I was just saying in general that might be okay to put a commercial visitor serving use there, campground, whatever it is. We'd be open to, something along those lines as opposed to completely opposed to it. If you can't go there, then we could characterize it simply as included in the sphere of influence, used to be determined. I don't know. I mean, it depends what you're comfortable with.
I just think you have to be open to specific proposals. You know what I'm saying? In other words, again, you have to look at if it's a campground, but that doesn't generate enough profit to do beach access and a public parking lot versus, a sort of a low impact hotel development, low rise that would generate enough to provide, a parking lot and beach access, public beach access, versus, the possibility of some, like I said, some amenities for public that are using the area, some sort of food venue or, I just think that's a mix that needs to be worked out further down the line.
Well, I'd like to add that we're still strategizing with Chevron. So perhaps we shouldn't reveal too much of what our thinking is, because the valuation, I think Chevron still has the hopes of, in the course of negotiations, carving out a piece of valuable property for commercial development. And if they suspect that can be achieved more easily than more difficultly, then that's to our disadvantage. So I think I would, sort of like play the cards close and not, reveal that we're agreeable to some other, besides a low impact kind of development on a key piece.
No, I'm not suggesting we say what we're amenable to at this point. I'm saying we reserve the right to negotiate that at a later point.
Yeah, but we wouldn't put in a document that we would somehow, we're in favor of a commercial development there.
Okay. The next ones are kind of all the same. These are not to be included in the sphere of influence. These are simply to be placed in the planning area with the same land use designation that the county has on it, which is agriculture, and with the potential that maybe we could have conservation in the future of some of these if it became available to us. Thoughts, comments?
What about restrictions on well usage or monitoring of well usage? This is in our what is it, the Morro Basin. So this is our water supply.
Water does come through here. Yep.
So part of the problem is that previous, other landowners, their wells have gone dry because further up the road, they've stuck wells in and basically drained the aquifers on that. That's over characterizing it, but on these planning areas, do we have the potential to create a water basin management plan for this?
We don't have any control over the property whatsoever. Basically, putting it in our planning area just suggests that one, it tells the county when development's proposed out here, it gets incorporated into our memorandum of agreement that anything development that's proposed out in this area, notice gets sent to us, and then it tells a little bit of the story about what we want to see happen out here. And that in this instance, it's agricultural use is okay and would remain that way unless or until we perhaps wanted to, move a conservation play out there to preserve some of these areas to, I don't know, provide public access or something to it. I don't know. Or to take them out of agricultural production for some reason, or don't know. I mean, the idea that there to some extent would be to, create the, buffer to the city and those types of things. I mean, all the ones that are out here pretty much have the same suggestion for it.
Hey, the thing that scares me about this map is again, the Getty property and then the other adjacent one, that we already know there's issues like were mentioned with, groundwater use, the standalone wastewater issue with the housing out there. This is the area that if we did develop something that had recyclable water capacity, or if our new wastewater facility sold water, my understanding is some of those hills on the north side of 41 are satisfactory for orchards. Mm-hmm. We don't have any say in any of those things, though, if they're outside our sphere, right?
Yeah. I mean, so the proposal at this point is not to have this is not in the sphere; it's just in the planning area because it abuts the city. It's really the sole reason for it.
What do you mean by that? I'm not really.
So these are properties that abut the city. They're sort of unique in that these areas here at least are partially in a floodplain, and then some of them are, and then they're mostly farms, a bunch of row crops and things out there. Mm-hmm. Which is and then we've had issues, in the well fields below that, with nitrification. So, taking some of the land up there, although regional boards is looking at them, I guess, and cleaning some of the issues they've had out there, but taking some of them out of the heavier agricultural production in the future potentially. If we I mean it's really fairly broad and open, and then also saying, hey, we're interested in this area, so we included in that memorandum of agreement with the county, so we get noticed on any of the projects that might be proposed out here, so we can weigh in.
So that's all basically we're putting this in there just to be flagged because we don't really have any say over
Correct.
there. And then kind of following up what Commissioner Lucas said, as far as the water reclamation, we've done studies there, and basically the preferred the study showed that as far as reclamation goes, the preferred method was injection, and it's downstream of the Narrows, which the Narrows are essentially at 41 and Main Street. That's kind of where the hourglass of the Morro Basin aquifer is. So really what we're talking about here is just so we could just look at it, or, I mean, we're not...
It just shows the city has some interest in what happens out here.
All right.
That's the extent of it. Doesn't say much more than that. I mean, sometimes you have areas when you're budding more heavily developed things where you tell a different story. But here, agriculture is out there, going to remain that way, and we're saying, yeah, that seems okay with the city.
So we do have the two parcels across Route 41 based on the other study area included in our study area, just not our sphere of influence.
Correct.
Okay.
So, Scott, why would the study area extend further east on Highway 41 on the south side than it does on the north side?
Say that one more time.
Well, our planning area on the north side only extends for the first two parcels there. Whereas on the south side, it goes about twice as far to the east.
Yeah, it doesn't pick up, you're talking about it doesn't pick up these parcels.
Right. So,
So to some extent, these were areas that we looked at. I mean, I think this maybe originally came out when we were looking at alternative sites for the wastewater treatment plant, WRF. And so these were sites that were included, and then there was a couple over here that were looked at as well. So I think maybe how far this went up included a couple of those properties that we were potentially looking at. They were in the alternatives analysis that we looked at a while ago. So that might have been where that came from. I'm not sure if they still are. I have to go back and look at the WRF document.
I don't want to be picky, but I don't know if it makes any difference which study area they're in. But that kind of ridge that forms there kind of places the 41 properties more in some kind of idea zone of relationship than the Rigetti butting to the Chevron does. So I don't know if it makes any. I'm not sure what the purpose of the actual borderline between study districts is.
I think we added the Rigetti and McIlvain properties into study area 1 because those questions came up with the GPAC about why we weren't including them, and then we looked back at them and said probably makes sense since we were looking at those, and we were looking at those for alternative sites for the WRF as well, and so it made sense to have them in there from that standpoint.
It doesn't make any difference to the county which study area we have them in.
They don't care.
Okay.
I would say they barely care that we do this process, other than it ends up in an MOA, so they have to talk to us.
Well, whichever way you draw the boundaries, it probably, well, we should probably pick up those next 2 or 3 properties on the north side of 41 so that it's at least balanced up there.
Okay. So I'll put that down.
See, as it doesn't make any difference.
All right. We good with this?
well, it maybe doesn't make any immediate difference, but you have to figure that eventually there's going to be development pressure to go east along 41. I mean, it's there, it's a highway, it's access, and we should be sitting at the table when that happens.
Yeah, I mean that's literally why we're putting these here, because these are areas you'd be interested in if things were happening. And so, if we write them on the map and say this is our planning area, then they're obligated to talk to us when things happen. So, in fact, I pointed out when we were first met to go over our memorandum of agreement that they hadn't done that with the Cayucas WRF. They didn't send us that. Although we knew, because we were paying attention, but they didn't send it to us.
Wait, can I point out that if we add those 2 on the north, we get this weird little divot there? Do we care about that?
I would just include that too. I wouldn't worry. I don't think we need their. So study area 3 is also Tri-W. Is owned by the Williams brothers and is the site for the WRF. Right here. Goes right in that location. Same situation with the exception of the area that would be used for the WRF, which would eventually be brought in as a public facility. This would remain agricultural. It's just part of the larger parcel that's a piece of at this point. And we haven't subdivided it out yet because we're going through the vetting process and the EIR process, so we haven't purchased it yet. Although we do have it in an agreement with the owner to do so. Concerns, comments?
My only concern is if I look at 3 and 4, we have that long property right to the east of this one. That sort of sits in there with potential access from, Teresa and Route 1. So we didn't. Yeah, that one. we don't seem to have that one, and that one looks like another one of those places that somebody could say, well, I've got an exit off of Route 1 there. That looks pretty sweet to me to try to talk to the county about a cluster subdivision. I don't know, I'm just paranoid tonight. I'm sorry.
Comments, anybody else on that?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, yeah, all right, good. General head nods there. Okay, let's put that in. Anything else for this one? All right, we're going to move on to 4.
It's kind of like having a credit card, just buy all these. I think we're doing the right thing. I just.
Yeah, I mean, in this area, here, same thing. Leave it in agricultural, but we provide some services out here. We provide water to a couple of the properties out here, I think. That are outside of our sphere, and again, so these are areas we'd be interested in, and then in areas where potentially utilizing the WRF that we'd be able to pull water out of later if we did direct injection.
And it is above the part of our aquifer. I mean, this is where we're really going to be drawing the bulk of the water if we move away from the state water, right?
It's one of the locations.
So we've got, if we don't have control of the surface, there's some impact on the surface. I mean, I don't know what impact we would have, but types of spraying they do on agriculture, I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, this is because of that we provide some services out here, is why this is shown.
Our wells are in here, right? The Choro
Yeah, we have
wells.
wells in there, exactly.
Right.
It's also why. And
yes. And then
yeah.
This isn't the.
around.
This isn't the. We're not far enough down to have the wastewater plant from the men's colony on here. That's farther down.
They dump into the creek.
Yeah, it's much further down.
Okay.
So Scott, how much does the San Bernardino Creek, how much does that impact our water, the water basin there for our wells there? Because that's, once again, the credit card analogy, we don't have any of our planning areas for that water basin there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think mostly, what we're interested in this area is because we're putting the WRF up there, and then we want to, if we do direct injection, we'd be pulling the water out down here somewhere. And now
Scott,
I can't even get through a whole meeting with this thing. What the heck?
if we did get a whiff of some development on some parcel that was outside a study area, and we suddenly became very interested, the city council would amend the plan and make it a study area, or what?
It just depends. I mean, we have the ability to comment on, on just about anything that happens out in the county when a project's proposed. If we can dry a tie to it having impacts to the city of Morro Bay, which if it was any size development, of course it would, because it would be at a minimum sending traffic toward us at some point. So yeah, I mean, we have the ability to comment on things. I don't know that we would automatically amend our planning area to include something like that, although in the future we might, if it was large enough. I don't know.
So the advantage that the study area conveys, we could achieve that by some other means if we somehow didn't include a property.
Yeah, and these are, and sometimes these types of areas, although I don't know it's so much the case in this in this instance, given it's agricultural land that we're dealing with mostly on the outside, but a lot of times those will be the first areas that you consider for amending your sphere of influence for future annexations, are because you have interest in these areas, and we have our water basins there, we have we're providing services to folks out there, those things could make sense. And so they're also saying that, hey, at some point you might want to do something here. You might have interest beyond just, touching base with what's going on out there, keeping track.
I think we need a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock since it's 10:15. Would anybody like to make a motion to do that? I'll make a motion to extend past 10 o'clock.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Too late.
Well, kind of. Well, so Scott, let me ask you: if Morro Bay gets to the point where we really need to expand, where would we expand to? I assume the logical answer to that would be to empty land within the city limits that's currently within the city limits.
Yeah, I mean, so it could be, we were talking about the Rigetti property and the McIlvain property. Those things are right on the outside of us. Extending services out there would not be difficult. If we wanted to expand to do something there, we could. Having those in the planning area means we do some environmental analysis of it as part of the general plan EIR. We do it for all of these. It's not an in-depth analysis. It just talks about what's there. Really, it's more of it's kind of a survey of the land that's out there, what's on it, and that type of thing. But it does make it easier to move something into a sphere if you are looking at those types of things. Sometimes you go through a whole annexation process that includes bringing something in the sphere, and then it's annexed, and it'll end up in one of these areas that you have planning areas in because you have some knowledge of that. So I mean, it can help facilitate those processes sometimes. It kind of depends, and then sometimes you don't have these planning areas that extend out, and land comes in outside of that for whatever reason. Our situation is a little bit different because you have to have a vote of the people to do annexations that are for anything other than public facilities. So we do have some limitations there. Significant limitations.
Okay, so do you have everything you need, you think, to
I mean, you guys
take to the council?
Great work. Tortured you for a little over 3 hours, so that's good. I appreciate all the input you got. You gave us great input, really clear. So I mean, that was helpful. Appreciate it. Council will appreciate it.
Okay, so then moving on to item number C2, Planning Commission Fiscal Year 17-18 Work Program.
Are we going to do this item?
Are we going to do this item?
Okay, just making sure you don't have to stay.
There's a, isn't this going to come up at the council meeting on the 11th, Scott? April 11th, isn't there?
I think there's a work program item on there,
Yeah. No. But I mean, if we want to, it's kind of like if we want to get our comments on the record, we got to do it now.
So eventually we could break the conversation into two pieces. Like that. If you'd like. Let's see what's working next. So if you want, because it is kind of getting late, we can break this into two pieces. One, I can give you the discussion about the work program. It's fairly straightforward. And we could certainly do the discussion about the items at the end, things that you might want to see in the zoning code update, at another time, because that's not pertinent to the council discussion that we'll be having for the work program. In any case, so we're working right now on the fiscal year 17-18 goals and objectives. Literally, before I came to this meeting, I was sitting in the meeting with the council, and they were revising some of these. So some of the input will be kind of interesting moving forward. When we're done with that process, we typically work through advisory board work programs. We weren't done with it because council extended it, but we're sort of working them simultaneously, which is kind of an odd process too. The work program will typically include the objectives as it relates to things that the Planning Commission will look at. So you have 4 goals, and there are several objectives under each one. And your work program will typically include those things that the Planning Commission has purview over or will see coming through down the pipeline. And then you have the ability to add more routine items that are also important to the community. I'm going to go over the goals now, and I would note that some of these have changed since this afternoon. But goal 1 is identified as an essential goal, and it's to achieve economic and fiscal sustainability. Specifically, objective 5 of that was to improve a 3% increase in the number of hotel rooms in the city, with priority for 3 and 4 star properties. So again, this is related to economic development, and we have some of these things in the pipeline, and that's council goals to improve the economic health of the city, and adding hotel rooms and TOT does that. Certainly anything coming through that property, especially down on the Embarcadero, you'll be seeing in the near future. You saw Doug Redikin's Rose's Landing one recently. Objective 7 is to bring to council consideration of various approaches to parking management, including paid parking in the downtown and or on the Embarcadero, and consider creation of a parking district. This is, and I note at the bottom, it's similar to Goal 3. Goal 3 has a parking component as well. And again, the council did some tweaking to this, so these things would change a little bit based on the council input on these specific goals. But these are the type of things that you would be seeing for development. So we're putting a parking program together. We're going to get input to identify areas for paid parking. That type of stuff would come through the Planning Commission for recommendation. Goal 2 is an essential goal: complete the WRF and the One Water Plan. Objective 2 of that is bring the WRF EIR to council for approval / certification. That will likely come before you, depending on the permitting process for the WRF. We're actually considering potentially permitting it in the county at this point, given timelines. And so it would be permitted in the county, and then we would annex it later on, and the coastal development permit would potentially roll over to the city. But we have to work that through, and it could actually be a consolidated permit that goes through the Coastal Commission. So we have some decisions have to be made on this. Goal 3. Identified as not an essential goal, but an important goal, and that's to improve infrastructure in public spaces. Objective 3 of that goal is to bring to council for consideration and possible implementation a parking management plan, including options for formation of a downtown and waterfront district, looking for private-public partnerships, those types of things. This is similar to Goal 1, Objective 7 that I just spoke about a minute ago. So these things may end up being combined, but they're, again, stuff that would come before the Planning Commission for review. So Goal 4, review and update of significant land use plans. So things you're going to start seeing is information on the general plan LCP update. We're supposed to be done with that in December 2018. Complete the zoning code update. Ensure affordable housing and vacation rental challenges are addressed in the general plan and LCP process. So you'll be reviewing the general plan, LCP, and zoning code, and want to make sure we're addressing those types of things in those documents as you review them. Bring to council the results from the code enforcement outreach for fences, hedges, boats, and RVs, and determine whether additional zoning changes are necessary or needed. Objective 5, bring to council for adoption updated accessory dwelling unit ordinance based on changes to state law. We got those through council last year, sent them off to coastal, and the January 1 state changed the law. So we pulled back our certification request to coastal and said, well, we'll process it through our general plan and LCP update, but that's something else you'll be seeing coming forward. Objective 6 from Goal 4 is begin community outreach on the potential redevelopment of the 26-acre wastewater treatment plant site. This has sort of, been part of the discussion in relation to the general plan update as well, and it's been touched on a little bit in our GPAC meetings.
Hey, can I stop you right there?
Uh-huh.
I'm on the WRF-CAC.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and did a little research to try to get a little better feel for what we can do, and it was made pretty clear by the California Coastal Commission when we first initiated this project, getting it off the beach, and that was a meeting that was held on January 10th, 2013. And what I've got a quote here. One of the things that one of the commission said after they agreed, to deny the permit and everything, was that I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but don't think that you could swap out the WWTP with some groovy, visitor serving area in this area and on this piece of property. And I think that we shouldn't lose sight of that.
We've talked extensively with coastal staff about what we can put here and what we can't put here.
Right.
Some of the things we've talked about putting on this location are recreational related, and other things are visitor serving. But we have a campground there. We could have additional campground there. We could potentially, we'd have to fill on some of the property, put a hotel there at the back end of it. But depending on how you do that, it doesn't necessarily raise floodwaters around it, so that's a possibility. Coastal, we've talked to them about all of these scenarios.
You're talking to coastal staff, though, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And all of that stuff seemed fairly reasonable to them. So I don't think they expect us to, demo the plant and then have a vacant lot sit there for the rest of eternity. I don't think that there's any intent there. They sort of said, we don't have a problem if you have campgrounds in a floodplain. It's no big deal. We have campgrounds on the beach.
Yeah.
So
one of the things, and you could have an RV park, right? Mm-hmm. And then can I just throw something out here that a friend of mine, in fact, he was here earlier, is kind of trying to work on. And one of the things that we talked about, a while back about, some of the issues with homelessness and it's a serious problem, yeah? Mm-hmm. And so this friend of mine, he's trying to coordinate with these retired taking these buses that they have RTV buses and they retire them. And he's trying to get some donation and making mobile warming rooms and maybe using, the piece of property where you have maybe mitigate 2 or 3 spots where you have these mobile warming rooms for the homeless. Huh? And I think this kind of parcel might lend itself out there. I just planting a seed.
It's actually an interesting use that'd be worth maybe talking about for inclusion in our zoning code. I don't know. That's kind of an interesting concept. Actually.
Yeah, I'm just throwing to plant a seed.
Okay. So normally, what I'd be trying to get from you is a bunch of input about other things that you want to add to the work the work plan. I'm not doing that. I put one thing on here, and that is we'll go over residential design guidelines and get input from you on those types of things. We have plenty of things that are working through the general plan and LCP and zoning code update process, and I don't have the capacity to throw staff time at pretty much anything else. So while we normally would be having a long conversation about this isn't going to be a very long conversation because pretty much anything you want to add to this list, I'm going to tell you I don't have staff time to do. But the good thing is, and the thing that I said we don't have to talk about this evening if you don't want to, and we can continue into a later meeting, is providing input to the zoning code process and things that you'd like to see us take on. And there's this is a short list of it. I give you the full list that staff has put together and provided to RRM, who is the sub-consultant on the zoning code update. And it includes, let's have a landscape ordinance, vacation rental ordinance, create a parking district ordinance, potential height increase downtown, alter our bluff development standards because they treat them like they're bluffs that are impacted by ocean waves and things like that, which they're not. Create an archaeological overlay zone, require site plan and development review process for single-family homes. Right now, in certain areas, you can do large additions or build single-family homes. You only have to get a building permit for it. That's not great, by the way. Especially if you try to make people conform to our design guidelines. Other items, add chicken policies. That came from council, by the way. Develop an undergrounding policy. We talk about that all the time, right? Wireless ordinance. We talk about that all the time. Add theater use into our uses because we don't have that. Food truck. Can we allow those? Where can we put them? Solar ready, gray water. We've talked about that many times. So we're going to see if we're going to put an ordinance together, for those or policies for that. Tiny homes, right? We just talked about that today. We're going to have a document that's modern and cross-referenced. So we're not going to take our zoning code and update it. We're going to take our zoning code and throw it in the trash, and we're going to have a modern zoning code. I mean, it'll take our policies that we want to keep and standards that we have to start with potentially, but it's going to be a modern, it's not going to look anything like our zoning code that we have now. And because we have an LCP, we want to have a cross-reference document that cross-references the LCP, not just internally within the zoning code itself, because our document doesn't do that, and it's full of gotcha surprises. And so any person that wants to do development or develop the plans isn't going to be able to design something that's necessarily consistent with it, because all of a sudden there's stuff in the back that you don't know about that applies to your project for setbacks or something. We're going to formalize a conceptual review process. That would be something where people come in with projects. We bring it before the Planning Commission for an informal discussion. They would pay a fee for that, and then we would forward and credit that fee towards any future application for discretionary permits. Add floor area ratio potentially. Have references in it, that we have design guidelines. And then accessory dwelling unit ordinance. So those are a few of them. I gave you the whole list of things that we gave you in the staff report. So, it'd be nice to get some input back from you on those things. You could give that to me in writing if you wanted. I don't know. Just kind of depends on what you're thinking. That's kind of the end of my presentation. You can comment on any of it as you see fit.
No use going home right now. No, I think some of these things are just unbelievably important because of where we are right now. I mean, we are talking about a wastewater recovery plant. We're talking about adding density. We're talking about, all these issues that end up with a net population gain. And it's staggering to think that the number of people building $500,000 homes who have done absolutely nothing to help the water problem, who've done nothing to help the energy problem, who've done nothing to, and my own pet peeve is we have an extremely generous permitting fee here compared to some of our other subdivisions. The gray water thing to me is almost, we have to address it, because it doesn't have to be a traditional gray water thing where there's tanks that you're draining into the soil and things like that. Just some way to recover water for toilets and things like that. We'd cut our water use in half if we had a strategy like that. And I think as we get denser, we have to get smarter. And that to me is critical. And the thing like the floor area ratio, when we start talking about upper level buildings where we were used to one-story buildings, we have to talk about those things because they work hand in hand with the design guidelines. And if you can envision an area that has an aesthetic quality, a density quality that enhances our revenues and the number of people living and buying things here, I think those things are really critical. Some of the other things are fine. Food trucks, I love food trucks. I think it's an affordable way to eat. The wireless ordinance, we've had so many issues with here. But, those things, those to me really jump out. The floor area ratio and some type of referencing back to the fact that we've got infrastructure issues when we add density. We're just ignoring the elephant in the room if we don't take that on with all these with this density we're talking about. And I think it also helps us preserve the places that we don't want to have dense by having those things happen.
Yeah, can I just make a suggestion? I would like the zoning code update part of this, and we have a much more extensive list in our packet. I would like to bring that back for a second discussion because I think that deserves a separate discussion. And I realize that we could do written comments, but I really think the dialogue among the commission is valuable and that we should do that. So maybe when we have a lighter, night, we'll bring that back. But Definitely on the work plan. I'd like to get our comments tonight. So I just want to, I do want to bring this back and discuss it in more detail. I'm not sure why chickens, not ducks, or
Chickens and poultry.
guinea fowl.
We had goat problems already.
Goat.
As far as the work problem or the work section of that, the one thing I see, I won't go through all my notes, but a couple things I think is creating charging spots for EVs, in the parking, and then design guidelines for the downtown and commercial, for the retail and commercial areas, and the streetscapes. I think that's going to be part of the plan, but it needs to be. We need to have enough time to do it right, because I think that's what the town looks like. Whether we put an oil refinery here or over there, it's not going to make much difference. But the design guidelines, everybody's going to interact with that from day one all the way the rest of the time. And then to get into the other, a pet peeve of mine is that the lot coverage calculation includes porches, and porches are not allowed in front setbacks. I think both of those should be changed. So we want to encourage porches that have people interact with the street they live on.
This is a great example of our ordinance. It includes porches that are in the setback, but not that are outside of the setback. So if it's behind the setback, the porch doesn't count in lot coverage. It's only when you get into the setback does it do that. As does porches and decks count when you get into the setback. So if you're cantilevering in, it counts. If you're on the ground, it counts. Trying to explain that to people is I can't even do it with a straight face.
Richard,
yeah,
go ahead.
Scott, what I think that everybody has a pet peeve, yeah. And, one of the things I think that we need to get an inventory on the cell tower and wireless stuff, and the public is concerned enough about it. That, there's been enough vocal thing, and then the other thing that. And this is, again, personal thing, but the lighting that we talk about lighting, it's like regardless if it's on a Barcadero and stuff, but even street lighting, we got these new lights that doesn't really cut it, I mean, I have a street light that's right into our bedroom and it's on all night, what I mean? It lights it up. I have to put literally canvas over the windows to see, to stop the light. And I think that it's something that we should, we have a night sky ordinance, and we should try to be conscientious of that.
Joe?
Just a couple of things. That planning seminar in Los Angeles, I was really impressed with selling paid parking to the business owners with the notion that the fees come back to their specific area. I think that's a really politically shrewd way of selling it. And then the other thing with respect to the telecommunications installations, I still think that these corporations should be required to pay for an independent consultant who can vet their recommendations as to where these installations have to be, because I just don't think we're being asked to decide on the basis of the one or two or three opportunities they present to us. And I think there's a whole host of things that go into that agenda that we wouldn't like if we knew about it. I do.
Yeah, the League of California Cities right now is the same legislation that came up last year that got killed is back, and it's to permit by right.
It's what?
permit by right the smaller cell site ones. And so all they need to get is a building permit. So there's been a lot of angst at the League of California Cities level on this, because they just keep running it back up. I mean, just keep running it back up the flagpole. Tweak it a little bit, run it back out. Tweak it a little bit, run it back out. So, yeah, so I'll be interested to see where some of this stuff goes. It's sort of disheartening, quite frankly.
Well, I just have a few comments on the work plan. I have a lot of comments on the other part, but I'll save those. Goal 1, Objective 7, having to do with parking, and then the other goal that has to do with parking that's similar. Two things. Number one, aren't we going to do this anyway as part of the zoning ordinance? I mean, that's where the parking ordinance is. So
implementation of paid parking. They said go look at it. So that's what we're going to do. And so what that looks like, I mean, I might as well tell you. I mean, I've done this before. So I did this when I was in Pismo. So, the good thing is a lot of the companies that do the installations for you and those types of things, they'll come in and do a full study for you on where you can put these, what your paybacks are, options for implementation of the systems, functionality of the systems, those types of things. And so probably going to reach out to a couple of them and get some information from them and have them do a couple of evaluations and maybe some presentations. One of those would probably be here at the Planning Commission so you guys could see it, see what you think, and go from there. So that's something that, we're going to develop some sort of policy related into the zoning code, but they're saying, hey, council's like, hey, you're going to go do this right now and implement something, maybe. And so I'm going to gather some information about what that is, what the cost is, what the payback on it is, and move from there. When we did it when I was in Pismo, we had them come out. They spent a couple of days in the spring. A couple of different firms did in town, evaluating the parking situation that was there, and they came back and they said, "Hey, well, if you put paid parking here, 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 and here, and you have it less expensive here and more expensive here, then it does X, Y, and Z, and your payback on this thing is 4 months." And we were like, "What?" They're like, "Your payback's 4 months." The payback was 3 months, and then the areas where because we rolled it out kind of in phases, and the areas where we rolled it out, the businesses were all, "Oh, you're going to ruin us, you're going to ruin us, you're going to ruin us," and then they were all like, "This is the greatest thing that ever happened to us," because you had more turnover in front of their businesses, and everybody else that didn't have them in front of them was like, "Everybody comes over and parks in front of our business all day long. Can we have them in front of our business?" And so it was really the business community ended up advocating for it, and it was an easy decision for the council. So. That was the experience that I had when I was in Pismo. Lower Bay is not necessarily the same, but I certainly I see similarities. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, the second comment on that is if we're going to look at parking management, we need to look at residential as well, residential parking requirements as well, not just in the downtown and waterfront. Goal number 4, objective number 4, bring to council for consideration with regard to code enforcement. This is one of my pet topics. If we're going to look at code enforcement, it should not be limited to these 3 little specific items that happened by chance to be the focus of the issue so far. We have problems with code enforcement in all areas. We have, the sign code is largely ignored. Traffic enforcement. I mean, in Morro Bay, it is just routine to slide through stop signs. I mean, it happens all the time. I see it 10 times a day. And so, particularly on the part of skateboarders and cyclists, and that's really dangerous. I mean, that's a major issue with regard to enforcement. So, if we're going to look at the question of enforcement, let's look at the question of enforcement and bring recommendations back to the council on that. The wastewater, the location, the existing wastewater treatment plant location. Again, I think that should be part of the general plan LCP process. We're getting an awful lot of sort of splinter efforts going on. Let's do that. Let's do that and put it into the the general plan revision?
I would say that's kind of where I'm taking that one specifically. We've had some input already from the GPAC on that, and I don't know that we're going to have that run a separate track necessarily, because I think we almost have enough input right now to where council can make a decision going into 2019 budgeting process whether they want to go through the process of planning the redevelopment of that site. So.
And then just on the sort of the general goals, there's several goals in here that talk about, increasing off-season and shoulder season TOT nights by 10% and increasing the number of hotel rooms by 3%. The reality is the city can't do that. That's something that the city can help, okay? But whether TOT goes up 10% or 5% or 3% is really up to business.
So we actually can influence that. We have a tourism manager now that's going out there, and her job is going to be to go increase tourism on the shoulder season. She's really good at what she does, Jennifer Little, so that's potentially something we can do. It deals with advertising and reaching certain markets and those types of things, so we can do that. I think the increasing the rooms by the 10%, 20%, 30%, whatever your number is going to be, is really just more along the lines of, hey, understand that this is a goal that the council is setting, and as we review them, that should be kept in mind, is that this is a priority from the council standpoint. I don't know that it changes anything that we do, but that's kind of the idea, I think. Because you're right. There's very little that I can really go out and do to generate that sort of buzz, except with the RFQ that we're going out for Market Plaza. I actually know a lot of hoteliers and going to send our RFQ to redevelop that site to those folks and place it on some of the boards where you can place those types of bid opportunities on. But I know several of the hoteliers in the county, so there's one benefit, I guess, having worked in Pismo and dealt with all the hoteliers there.
So that's all I have in terms of input on that. And we agree that we'll bring the zoning code back for additional comments.
I absolutely want you guys to have a good conversation about that and give some good thought to it. And you should start with the stuff that staff put together and build from that. Add on to the pieces, whatever you want to do. Next to staff working on it, you guys are the ones that deal with it the most, from anybody else. So your input is valued and needed. So, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. One thing I did want to add about the design guidelines. When we review those, I would suggest that we consider, because we are going through the process of the general plan and the zoning ordinance, that the Planning Commission consider recommendations for codification. In other words, we've got the guidelines. Okay, now are there standards that the Planning Commission would recommend be written into the zoning code with regard to design? FAR being one possible example. But there's a lot of other ones. That could be mentioned. But in other words, just consider where we want to go beyond guidelines and into standards. And also, I would suggest that we start to consider some district-specific guidelines so that we maybe get things that fit a little bit better to each area within the city. Okay. Anything further? No. In that case, we have no unfinished business. We go on to Planning Commissioner comments, as if we haven't had enough, as if we haven't said enough tonight. Planning Director comments. We're all speechless. Okay. Then in that case, just like to say, David Buckingham, we're probably not going to be here when you get here.
closed session lasted past 7 or something.
Aye. So in that case, we will adjourn to our next regular meeting here at the Veterans Memorial on April 18th, 6 p.m. Thank you very much.